kanan balkon, serta 3 pintu utama jalur evakuasi bagi Anda yang berada di lajur kiri bawah dan sayap kiri balkon.
Please use 3 right main doors as evacuation route for those who sit in right row and balcony, and 3 left main doors for those who sit in left row and balcony.
Gunakan 2 pintu darurat yang terletak pada sisi kanan dan sisi kiri di belakang panggung bagi Anda yang berada di atas panggung.
And please use the backstage emergency exit for those who are on the stage.
Dan gunakan 2 pintu utama yang terletak di bagian tengah atas bagi Anda yang berada di bagian tribun.
Please use 2 main doors in the center of second floor for those who sit in the tribune.
Bila terjadi kebakaran, tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Jika Anda mampu, padamkan api dengan menggunakan alat pemadam kebakaran yang terdapat di dalam gedung.
In case of fire, please stay calm and do not panic. There are fire extinguishers in this building, each on the right side and the left side.
Segera lakukan evakuasi, dan petugas akan memandu Anda ke titik berkumpul.
Evacuate immediately. Our officer will guide you to the assembly point.
Titik berkumpul berada di sisi timur dan sisi barat gedung.
The assembly point is beside this building.
Jika terjadi gempa bumi, Anda diminta tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Segera merunduk dan merapat ke dinding. Hindari area kaca dan benda yang menggantung serta lindungi kepala Anda.
In case of earthquake, please stay calm and do not panic. Drop off, find the closest safe location, stay away from windows and hanging objects, and protect your head at all times.
Selalu berhati-hati saat melangkah dan gunakan pegangan tangga saat menaiki dan menuruni tangga.
Mind your steps and please use the handrails when necessary.
According to Rector Decree, Universitas Syah Kuala is a smoke-free area.
Jagalah selalu kebersihan sekitar Anda dan buanglah sampah pada tempat yang telah disediakan.
Keep the environment nice and clean, and please do not litter.
Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda dan selamat melanjutkan aktivitas.
Thanks for your attention and have a good day.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, greetings to all of us. All praises due to Allah, the Lord of the world, that has given us opportunities so we can gather in this hall today to attend the 50th Annual International Conference of Universitas Syah Kuala 2025 in good health. All prayers are presented to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the greatest leader who has guided us from the darkness to the brightness. Dear honored guests and speakers, Your Excellency, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Marwan, Rektor of Universitas Syah Kuala, Vice Rectors of Universitas Syah Kuala, Deans of Faculties of Universitas Syah Kuala, Your Excellency Profesor Dr. Mudatsir MKes, the Head of the Institute of Research and Community Service Universitas Syah Kuala, Your Excellency Profesor Dr. M. Faisal STMN, the Chairman of the 50th Annual International Conference of Universitas Syah Kuala 2025, Your Excellency, all keynotes and invited speakers of the 50th Annual International Conference of Universitas Syah Kuala 2025. Dr. Fauzan Aziman STMN, Director General of Research and Development, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology Indonesia, Professor Sony M. Pradanang, PhD, Department of Geoscience, University of Rhode Island, Kingston, Rhode Island, USA, Dr. Yelan Pham from Fraunhofer Institute for Process Engineering and Packaging IVV, Germany, Dr. Tengku Adeline Adura Tengku Hamzah from Department of Geography, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, University Malaya, Malaysia, as keynote speakers. Professor Dr. Taufik Fuadi Abidin, SSI MTech from Universitas Syah Kuala, Profesor Dr. Fabrizio Ruggerio, Instituto di Matematica Applicata e Tecnologi Informatiche IMATI Milano, Italy, Zaid Perdana Nasution, STMT PhD from Universitas Sumatera Utara, Agus Rusli SPI MSI from Reduction and Circular Economy Development at the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, Dr. Siti Baidura Yusuf from School of Industrial Technology, University Science Malaysia, Malaysia, Professor Ghazi Walid Falah, Editor-in-Chief, The Arab World Geographer, Toronto, Canada, and Professor Dr. Yunisrina Kismullah from Universitas Syah Kuala as invited speakers. The respectable, all invited guests of the 50th Annual International Conference AIC of Universitas Syah Kuala, the committee of the 50th Annual International Conference of Universitas Syah Kuala, the honorable all participants of the 50th Annual International Conference of Universitas Syah Kuala, and all my charming audiences. Ladies and gentlemen, all the guests and audiences, welcome to the 50th Annual International Conference of Universitas Syah Kuala. This conference is organized by the Institute of Research and Community Service of Universitas Syah Kuala. This year, the 50th AIC is in conjunction with three major conferences of Universitas Syah Kuala. The 70th Asia Impact Assessment Conference, organized by PEPSILI and the Master Program in Environmental Management at USK, the third International Conference on Petroleum and Essential Oil Research Innovation 2025, or ICON PEORI 2025, organized by the Arsiri Research Center Universitas Syah Kuala, and the Postgraduate Conference organized by the Postgraduate School at Universitas Syah Kuala. I am, as the Mistress of Ceremony, on behalf of the organizers, would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you for taking the time to attend this conference with the theme, Innovating Together for a Sustainable Future, Green Technologies and Circular Economy in Action. Before beginning the agenda, let us start today's conference by hearing the recitation of Al-Quran and prayers together that will be led by Mr. Rida Khalid Eskom. To Mr. Rida, the time and place is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ar-Rahman 'allamal Qur'an, khalaqal insan, 'allamahul bayan. Asy-syamsu wal qamaru bihusban, wan najmu wash-shajaru yasjudan, was-samaa'a rafa'aha wa wada'al mizan, alla tadghaw fil mizan, wa aqimul wazna bil qist wa la tukhsirul mizan, wal arda wada'aha lil anam, fiha فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجن من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان صدق الله العظيم. Hadirin yang kami muliakan, marilah sama-sama kita mengangkatkan tangan kita dan menendahkan tangan kita, menendahkan kepala kita. Berseraya kita beristighfar 3 kali. Astaghfirullahaladzim, astaghfirullahaladzim, astaghfirullahaladzim. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغارا ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات ربنا اغفر لنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم اللهم اهدنا الصراط المستقيم ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين آمين يا رب العالمين. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start this opening ceremony by inviting everyone to stand up for our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and singing the Aceh hymns led by Mrs. Adinda Gustifona. Honorable for all audiences to stand up, please.
bersigap membela bangsa. Mulia nangro, mulia dum syuhada, metuah bijih Aceh mulia. Ya Tuhanku, rahmat bersampo, negeri Acehnya bermulia. Rahmat nelimpah, metuah aso, areh kekamo bersejahtera. Masyhur makmungan megah, sabeta jaga Aceh mulia. Berkat dan Aceh melimpah bago, bermesaho mesyedara. Bersepakat bersabohnya menemat syariat Islam ke hukum bangsa. Ya Tuhanku, rahmat bersampo, negeri Acehnya bermulia. Rahmat nelimpah, metuah aso, areh kekamo bersejahtera. Aceh masyhur makmungan megah, sabeta jaga Aceh mulia. Aceh masyhur makmungan megah, sabeta jaga Aceh mulia.
All audiences have a seat, please. Thank you very much. We would like to welcome on stage to the welcoming speech and chairman report by the chairman of the 50th AIC, Professor Dr. M. Faisal STME. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Alhamdulillah, all praise is due to Allah for granting us health, strength, and the opportunity to convene at the 15th Annual International Conference 2025. May peace and blessing be upon Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his noble family, companions, and all who follow his guidance. Your Excellency, Rector of Universitas Syekh Kuala, the esteemed representing the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, the Vice Rector and Deans, distinguished keynote and invited speaker, respected college, and all esteemed guests and participants. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great honor to welcome you to this conference, the 15th annual conference, the 15th Annual International Conference, 2025. We are truly elected to host scholars, researchers, and professionals from across the globe who have gathered here to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and build meaningful collaborations. This conference features 3 parallel tracks that reflect the diversity of academic field and research contributions: science and engineering, environmental and life engineering, and social science. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this year's annual international conference is obviously very meaningful as it is held alongside 3 other distinguished conferences: the 17th ASA Impact Assessment Conference, the Post-Graduate Conference, and the International Conference on Petroleum and Essential Oil Research Innovation. Together, this event creates a broader platform for knowledge exchange, research collaboration, and innovation. We are pleased to announce that we have received over 300 abstracts from various institutions, both domestic and international. Following a comprehensive, rigorous review process, a total of 238 abstracts have been accepted and registered for presentation. We extend our warmest congratulations to all authors whose work has been selected, and we deeply appreciate the dedication and effort of every contributor who shared their research with us. We are deeply honored to welcome our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Fauzan Aziman, then Prof. Soni, Dr. Lan Pam, Dr. Teku Adeline, Adura Teku Hamza. Alongside them, we are privileged to host our invited speakers who bring a rich diversity of expertise. Professor Taufik Abidin, Professor Fabrizio, Zaid Perdana Nasution, PhD, and then Agus Rusli, Master of Science, Dr. Siti Baidura, Professor Ghazi, and Professor Yunisrina Kismula. On this occasion, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Institute for Research and Community Service, or LPPM, Universitas Syah Kuala, for serving as the main host of this conference. We also thank our co-organizers, partners, and especially committee members whose contribution have been invaluable in making this conference a reality. May Allah bless this conference with success, meaningful outcomes, and lasting collaboration. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Faisal. Now, to officially open our conference today, we would like to welcome on stage to opening remarks by Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, Professor Dr. Insinyur Marwan. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. With gratitude, we begin by praising Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, whose mercies and blessings have enabled us to gather here for the 15th Annual International Conference AIC 2025. My peace and blessing be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, whose teaching continue to inspire us to seek wisdom, uphold justice, and serve humanity with compassion. Honorable Vice Rector, the Deans, Directors, Postgraduate School, Head of Institute of Research and Community Service, Mr. Syah Kuala, Chairman of the Organizing Committee, distinguished keynote and invited speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Universitas Syah Kuala, it is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you to AIC 2025. We are very pleased by the presence of distinguished scholars, researchers, professionals, and students joining us from across Indonesia and around the world in person or online. Your participation reflects a shared commitment to advancing knowledge and addressing the today and future challenges. Since its inception in 2011, AIC has grown into a precious tradition at Universitas Syah Kuala, a lasting platform for intellectual exchange, interdisciplinary collaboration, and the celebration of impactful research. Over the years, AIC has not only fostered academic exchange, but also contributed to shaping policy, innovation, and partnership that resonate beyond the walls of academia. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's conference, Innovating Together for Sustainable Future, Green Technologies and Circular Economy in Action, could not be more timely, as the world deals with environmental degradation, resource scarcity, and escalating effect of climate change. So this conference serves as a call to action for both thinking, inclusive dialogues, and transformative action. We are reminded that impactful innovation is not merely about technological advancement. It is also about relevance, equity, and sustainability. It is about aligning our effort with the Sustainable Development Goals to ensure that progress benefits all, especially the most vulnerable community. I wish to extend my warm appreciation to all contributors, and especially to our keynote and invited speaker, whose insight enrich this conference. So your presence is a source of inspiration, and we sincerely welcome you to Banda Aceh and also to Universitas Syah Kuala, a university rooted in resilience, transformation, and global engagement. AIC 2025 is proudly held in conjunction with several partner conferences. So I express sincere appreciation to our co-organizer, Institute of Research and Community Universitas Syah Kuala, the Postgraduate School, Master Program in Environmental Management, PEPSILI, and the AIC Research Center. Your collaboration and support are instrumental in the success of this event. I also commend the organizing committee for their tireless dedication and careful preparation of the conference. So your efforts are deeply valued. As we embark on this conference, might serve not only as a venue for presenting research, but also a fruitful opportunity for us for cultivating friendship, forging new collaboration, and sparking motivation that will contribute to a better and more sustainable world. With that spirit and with great pleasure, I hereby declare the 15th Annual International Conference 2025 officially open. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For the next agenda, we ask Director of Universitas Syah Kuala to remain on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to do a conferment of token of appreciation by the Rector of Universitas Syakuala to the keynotes and invited speakers attending on site. Firstly, I invite on stage two keynote speaker, Dr. Tengku Adeline Adura Tengku Hamzah. Secondly, I invite on stage invited speakers, Professor Dr. Taufik Fuadi Abidin, SSI MTech, Professor Ghazi Walid Falah, Dr. Siti Baidurah Yusuf, Professor Dr. Yunis Rina Kismullah, and Mr. Zaid Perdana Nasution, STMT PhD, to take place on stage. We also invite the head of the Institute of Research and Community Service, Professor Dr. Mudatsir MKes, and the chairman of the 50th AIC, Professor Dr. M. Faisal STMeng, may take the place on stage to accompany the Rector of Universitas Syakuala. We also really appreciate the time of our keynote and invited speakers joining online. To Dr. Fauzan Aziman STMeng, Professor Sony M. Pradanang PhD, Dr. Yelan Pham, Professor Dr. Fabrizio Ruggeri, and Mr. Agus Rusli SPI MSI. Ladies and gentlemen, and also a reminder that the 50th AIC is in conjunction with three major conferences of Universitas Syakuala, which are the 70th Asia Impact Assessment Conference, organized by PEPSILI and the Master Program in Environmental Management at USK, the third International Conference on Petroleum and Essential Oil Research Innovation 2025, organized by the Atsiri Research Center USK, and the Postgraduate Conference, organized by the Postgraduate School at Universitas Syakuala. Let's take photo together of the Rector of Universitas Syakuala, Head of the Institute of Research and Community Service, the Chairman of the 50th AIC, with keynotes and invited speakers of Annual International Conference 2025. We ask the Rector of Universitas Syakuala, Head of the Institute of Research, Chairman, keynote invited speakers to remain on stage, and we invite the Committee of AIC to take photos from the stage. Yes, the community, please join the speakers at the stage. We invite the committee of AIC to take photos from the stage with the keynote and invited speakers, as well as Rector of Universitas Syakuala, the Head of Institute of Research and Community Service, and the Chairman of the 50th AIC. Rector of Universitas Syakuala, Head of LPPM, Chairman of the 50th AIC, keynotes and invited speakers, as well as the committees may return to their seat. Lastly, to close our opening event today, let's do a photo session together with all of the participants from the stage. We invite the photographer to come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the photo session with the participants of AIC 2025. One, two, three. Have a seat, please, for everyone. Thank you, everyone. Let's watch, for the next session, let's watch the video of AIC 2025.
It's 2025, a global stage where innovation truly meets sustainability. This year, we gather at Banda Aceh, Indonesia, under the theme, Innovating Together for a Sustainable Future, Green Technologies and Circular Economy in Action. Keynote speakers, invited speakers. Join us at AAC Dan Dawood on September 4th and 5th, 2025. This year, for the first time, AIC is held in conjunction with 3 major international events, uniting scholars, researchers, and professionals from around the world in one prestigious forum. 1. The 17th Asia Impact Assessment Conference. 2. The Postgraduate Conference. 3. The 3rd International Conference on Patchouli and Essential Oil Research Innovation 2025. Together, these 4 powerful platforms create a global stage for innovation, collaboration, and the exchange of groundbreaking ideas. Be part of this remarkable journey. Together, let's innovate for a sustainable world.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the guests and audiences, with the end of the video of AIC 2025, our opening series of events today also come to an end. We will have 15 minutes break. For the next event, we will come to keynote invited speaker session afterwards. We have an exciting panel of speakers lined up for you today, and we hope that their presentations and discussion informative and engaging. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the conferences. The conference will last for 2 days, for today and tomorrow. I also would like to remind for joining gala dinner tomorrow night as well as best presenter session announcement. I represent all committees of the 50th Annual International Conference AIC of Universitas Syakuala 2025 would like to say thank you for your participation. Thank you for your nice attention. See you after the break. The last I say, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Universitas Syah Kuala, or USK, is the oldest state university in Aceh. It was founded on September 2nd, 1961. Currently, USK has more than 30,000 students studying in 12 faculties and postgraduate programs, consisting of economic and business, veterinary, law, engineering, teaching in education, mathematics and natural sciences, agriculture, social and political sciences, medicine, nursing, dentistry, marine and fisheries sciences. USK's strategic function is to improve the quality of human resources, to become a center of excellence and innovation. With the programs and services provided, USK aims to prepare graduates who have the competencies for 21st century global competitiveness, to implement formal and informal education, to achieve high-quality graduates who have innovative and independent socio-technical competencies. Therefore, USK established excellent research centers. One of them is the Aceh Research Center, or ARC. ARC has actively involved in multidisciplinary research based on food agriculture, making ARC Universitas Syah Kuala an international standard center for essential oil science and research. The goal of AIC USK is to make Universitas Syah Kuala a reference center for the development of essential oil industry in Aceh, Indonesia, and globally. As USK in Aceh is located along the Ring of Fire, it is compulsory for USK to develop a center of excellence in disaster science. Inspired by the 2004 Aceh earthquake and tsunami disasters, USK established the Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center, or TDMRC, in 2006. TDMRC has been recognized as a world-class research institute and designated a Center of Excellence in Disaster Sciences by the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Technology of Indonesia. TDMRC aims to deliver innovative scientific research outputs and products in the framework of disaster risk reduction, and also continues to build and increase the capacity of knowledge in the field of tsunami and disaster mitigation, which contributes to increasing the resilience of the Acehnese, Indonesian, and global communities with the slogan, communicating science, enhancing resilience. USK has several other research centers such as STEM, environment and natural resources, coffee and cocoa research centers. USK has high-quality facilities and infrastructure to support students' academic and research activities, consisting of the library building, ICT building, language building, integrated laboratory building, and Prince Naif Hospital or Education Hospital, and many more. With various activities supported by existing research and innovation facilities, USK has developed high-quality products that increase the entrepreneurial potential of students involved in it. In addition to accreditation from University Accreditation Board or BANTP, many study programs at USK have also obtained international accreditation. USK is committed to improving the quality of educational services by strengthening human resources for all study programs in terms of fulfilling the qualification of researchers and lecturers. As a result of high-quality research, UESCA's researchers has published in reputable journals, indexed nationally and internationally. Those journals have obtained national accreditation, such as SINTA, and global recognition, such as Scopus and Web of Science. UESCA also committed to implementing community service activities. To demonstrate UESCA's capacity at the national level, UESCA actively contributes to implementing program Kuliah Kerja Nyata or Students Field Study and Community Service Program in almost all regions in the country. UESCA has established cooperation with partners, both from domestic and foreign universities, governmental and private institutions, industries, and other parties. As the Jantung Hati Rakyat Aceh, meaning the heart of Acehnese, another name given by the communities, Universitas Syah Kuala is determined to contribute to local and national development, to become an innovative and excellent socio-entrepreneurship university that contribute to world-class recognition. Universitas Syah Kuala, or UESCA, is the oldest state university in Aceh. It was founded on September 2, 1961. Currently, UESCA has more than 30,000 students studying in 12 faculties and postgraduate programs, consisting of economic and business, veterinary, law, engineering, teaching in education, mathematics and natural sciences, agriculture, social and political sciences, medicine, nursing, dentistry, marine and fisheries sciences. UESCA's strategic function is to improve the quality of human resources, to become a center of excellence and innovation. With the programs and services provided, UESCA aims to prepare graduates who have the competencies for 21st century global competitiveness, to implement formal and informal education, to achieve high-quality graduates who have innovative and independent socio-entrepreneurial competencies. Therefore, UESCA established excellent research centers. One of them is the AIC Research Center, or ARC. ARC has actively involved in multidisciplinary research based on food agriculture, making ARC Universitas Syah Kuala an international standard center for essential oil science and research. The goal of ARC UESCA is to make Universitas Syah Kuala a reference center for the development of essential oil industry in Aceh, Indonesia, and globally. As UESCA in Aceh is located along the Ring of Fire, it is compulsory for UESCA to develop a center of excellence in disaster science. Inspired by the 2004 Aceh earthquake and tsunami disasters, UESCA established the Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center, or TDMRC, in 2006. TDMRC has been recognized as a world-class research institute and designated a Center of Excellence in Disaster Sciences by the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Technology of Indonesia. DDMRC aims to deliver innovative scientific research outputs and products in the framework of disaster risk reduction, and also continues to build and increase the capacity of knowledge in the field of tsunami and disaster mitigation, which contributes to increasing the resilience of the Achenese, Indonesian, and global communities with the slogan, communicating science, enhancing resilience. USCA has several other research centers such as STEM, Environment and Natural Resources, Coffee and Cocoa Research Centers. USCA has high-quality facilities and infrastructure to support students' academic and research activities, consisting of the library building, ICT building, language building, integrated laboratory building, and Prince Naif Hospital or Education Hospital, and many more. With various activities supported by existing research and innovation facilities, USCA has developed high-quality products that increase the entrepreneurial potential of students involved in it. In addition to accreditation from University Accreditation Board or BANTP, many study programs at USCA have also obtained international accreditation. USCA is committed to improving the quality of educational services by strengthening human resources for all study programs in terms of fulfilling the qualification of researchers and lecturers. As a result of high-quality research, USCA's researchers has published in reputable journals, indexed nationally and internationally. Those journals have obtained national accreditation, such as SINTA, and global recognition, such as Scopus and Web of Science. USCA also committed to implementing community service activities. To demonstrate USCA's capacity at the national level, USCA actively contributes to implementing program Kuliah Kerja Nyata or Students Field Study and Community Service Program in almost all regions in the country. USCA has established cooperation with partners, both from domestic and foreign universities, governmental and private institutions, industries, and other parties. As the Jantung Hati Rakyat Aceh, meaning the heart of Achenese, another name given by the communities. Universitas Syah Kuala is determined to contribute to local and national development, to become an innovative and excellent socio-entrepreneurship university that contribute to world-class recognition.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the keynotes and panel session. Before we begin, I'd like to take a few moments to explain the rules for today's conference. Please make sure your cell phones are on silent mode or switch off so we don't disturb the speakers and other attendees. We encourage you all to participate in the discussions and ask questions related to the seminar topic during the Q&A session at the end of each session. Please make sure you keep your question brief and to the point to allow for a productive discussion. We request our attendees to refrain from any side conversations during the seminar as it can be distracting for other participants. Please make sure you stay for the duration of the seminar as it will provide a holistic understanding of the topic. We hope that you will adhere to these rules and participate fully in the seminar. Thank you for your cooperation. Without further ado, let's begin the first session of the keynote speaker. This session will be led by Dr. Ratna Mulyani. Dr. Ratna Mulyani, BACC, MSACC, is a senior lecturer and researcher at the Department of Accounting, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Syakwala, Indonesia. She holds a PhD in accounting from the International Islamic University, Malaysia. She currently serves as coordinator of the D3 Accounting Program and researcher at the AIC Research Center, while also being editor-in-chief of the Journal of Accounting Research, Organization and Economics, and managing editor of Jurnal Dinamika Akuntansi dan Bisnis. Her professional experiences includes academic leadership, journal editorship, and earlier work as a marketing executive at Petronas, Malaysia. Her research focuses on Islamic accounting, accountability and auditing, financial reporting for Islamic institutions, sustainability reporting, technopreneurship, especially Pacholi-based industries, and critical perspectives on accounting. Next, we invite our moderator, Dr. Ratna Mulyani, to lead the keynote speaker session. Time and place is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, let's level up the spirit. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you so much. Alhamdulillahilladzi nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruhu. Assalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. All praises is due to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. We praise Him, we seek His help, we seek His forgiveness, we seek refuge in Allah from the evil deeds within us as well as in our deeds. And salawat and salam to the most beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, a figure that we miss so much, that we wish to be reunited with him in the hereafter. And we don't forget the prayers to our brothers and sisters in Gaza, Palestine, in this occasion as well. Good morning, respected rector and vice rectors of Universitas Syakwala, respected keynote speakers, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Universitas Syakwala, I'm honored to welcome you all to this keynote speaker session of the Annual International Conference 2025 of Universitas Syakwala. The theme of this year's conference is Innovating Together a Sustainable Future, Green Technologies and Circular Economy in Action. The theme basically reflects our shared commitment in addressing the global challenges by promoting innovation, collaboration, and practical solutions for a more sustainable world. And to cheer up the ambience in this hall, even though this is an academic forum, let's cheer up a little bit with a pantun from me. As a local response to the pantun, I would like you to respond with bere. Is it okay? Okay. Banda Aceh harum mewangi. Universitas Syakwala, tempat kita berbakti. AIC jadi wadah inovasi. Hijaukan bumi dengan teknologi lestari. Alright, in this keynote session, we are privileged to have 4 distinguished scholars and professionals whose expertise spans across geosciences, green technology, circular economy, policy, innovation, and sustainable supply chain, coming from various countries such as United States, Malaysia, and Indonesia. It is my pleasure to invite the speakers either online as well as the one present with us here at Universitas Syah Kuala. We have Professor Sony M. Pradanang, PhD from United States of America, who will be joining us online. And we have Dr. Fauzan Aziman STMN from Kemdikti Saintek, Indonesia, who also will be joining us online. And we have the third keynote speaker, Dr. Tengku Adlin Adura Tengku Hamzah, who is here with us. I would like to invite Dr. Tengku Adlin to join me on stage. And also we have the fourth speaker, Dr. Yilam Pham from Fraunhofer Institute, IVV, Germany, who will be joining us online. Please, Dr. Tengku Adlin. Okay, as the first keynote speaker, it is my pleasure to introduce Professor Sony M. Pradanang, PhD, from Department of Geosciences, University of Rhode Island, URI, USA. Prof. Pradanang is currently a professor at the Department of Geosciences, University of Rhode Island, USA. She is a renowned expert in hydrology, climate science, and environmental sustainability, who earns her degree from Tribhuvan University, and she had 2 masters in environmental sciences from Yale University and Bangalore University. She completed her PhD in hydrology and water quality in 2010 from State University of New York, College of Environmental Science and Forestry, Syracuse, New York. And also, she had postdoc research associate from City University of New York and New York City Department of Environmental Protection, NY. Well, Prof. Pradanang's CV is very much impressive. She has received numerous prestigious awards, among others Fulbright Specialist Award 2022 from the United States Department of State Bureau of Education and Cultural Affairs. Well, the work of Prof. Pradanang integrates geosciences with policy and practical approaches to water resources management, climate resilience, and sustainable land use. And today, she will share insights about the topic titled Beyond Aesthetics, the Water Remediation Power of Floating Wetlands. Please join me to welcome Prof. Sony M. Pradanang, who will be joining us online. We have 12 hours difference from United States. Is Prof. Sony with us already, the committee?
I am here.
Yes,
I am here. Can you hear me?
Thank you for joining us. I hope it's not too late over there.
It's almost 11 o'clock. It's not that bad.
Okay. Thank you so much. So we would like you to present your work for 20 minutes, and then we will have question and answer session for 10 minutes. Okay, welcome Prof.
Sure.
Sony and Pradanang, everyone.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I am going to share my screen, and please let me know if you can hear me well or not. So, as the title of this talk is Beyond Aesthetics, the Water Remediation Power of Floating Wetlands. Here I'm going to be talking about some of the work that I have done since 2017 here in the United States and in other places. So I'm not going to go into too much details about wetland benefits. I am very much sure that everybody in the audience, online and in person, knows what wetlands are and what kind of benefits does it provide. What I'm going to talk here is how the benefits of wetlands can be reaped through some of the techniques that I'm going to be presenting, which, we use floating mats to support terrestrial macrophytes. And how do we create these floating mats that will mimic a constructed wetland, approach? The three major pollutants reduction mechanism, that has been identified in floating wetland system is very much similar to how wetlands work. It uptakes pollutant, especially nutrients and sediments, and then the microbes, act on it. It degrades, it decomposes the organic matter, and then also the root system within that floating mat also helps filter out sediment and any other pollutant that gets trapped into the sediment. So this is a very basic picture of what floating wetland treatment look like. It's nothing but a wetland, but the only difference here is you can see these raft and everything is very much floating. The plants are native, shallow-rooted plants. Very important, it has to be shallow-rooted, so that doesn't get lodged into the sediment in the bottom. Otherwise, it won't float. So it has to keep moving, not move too fast, but keep moving and keep cleaning the system. So I'm going to show you some of the examples of what I have done, here in the United States and in Nepal and India, and in Bangladesh, and we have also implemented some of these in Indonesia and Banjarmasin. So this is the picture on the right where you can see, quite polluted lake, which is a Nagdaha lake in Kathmandu, and that was our target out of the Asia Pacific Network project. I'm gonna skip this slide, I just explained it already. There are various benefits of having wetland system. Again, it has a lot of ecosystem benefit. It provides riparian habitat, shore stabilization, nutrient removal, sustainable, it's highly sustainable in terms of removal process, and I'll talk about circular economy towards the end. And on top of it, it also provides aesthetics. Now, in case of USA, we used various plants here, native to Rhode Island. One of the very important things that we have to consider is making sure that we do not bring in any invasive species. That's going to be very difficult to remove. And the whole idea of using these floating wetland raft system is to get rid of the invasive species or algae that, that feeds into the water system. So these are some of the plants that we use. They are native to New England area, to the northeastern area, United States. And so we made sure that these were taken into account. And it does not necessarily mean that the plants that you plant will stay lifelong. There are natural pollutant, like pollinators that will bring some plants on its own, and you should just let it thrive. These are some of the examples, the pictures of the plants that we had. I have students here. This picture comes from 2018, 2019 deployment in one of the stormwater basin. The raft that we use in this context was a purchased raft, which was not very cheap. Each raft costed me almost around $800. But the whole idea of using this technology is to learn from these pilot experiments and then build our own. So my student putting the raft into one of the ponds here in university. Again, you can see there's this is a very small pond that we try to resurrect. It's a stormwater basin, and we used only 2 raft, 5x8 and 5x8, 2 raft with a bunch of plants in there. It's still sitting there. If you look at it, what it looks like, this is about 4 to 5 inches thick. And then underneath you can see, like when you put it, you will see plants rooting into it. We also did a quick experiment in lab before we implemented this to other part of the world. It's a bucket, like experiment, putting in some of the plants. And in this particular example that I'm showing, we actually used a water spinach in a brackish water, very much in the context of Indonesia. And the same experiment was repeated in University of Banjarmasin, the exact same experiment. And they actually did it in 2018. So what we found from our URI experiment was it was really good at removing a lot of ammonia, reducing BOD, changing the concentration of phosphorus and nitrogen. But what we must remember is the experiment here is done in a small bucket, and the surface area that's covered by raft is a lot more. And replicating the same in the natural environment becomes difficult because you cannot have the entire pond covered by raft. If you can cover it from 5 to 8%, that would be extremely great. And there are papers that have shown that that's enough to clean the system. Mesocosm experiment setup looked something like this. We had a lab and we had some experiment done close to the pond. And then we implemented these experiments straight into the lakes. So there are 3 lakes that you can see here, one in Nepal, Kathmandu, Nepal. The other is in Bangladesh, in Dhaka, and then the third one is in Rajasthan, India. Partners, when we submitted our Asia Pacific Network proposal, and the project ended last year in August. So this is basically, again, the experimental design and setup. We were, I would say, very lucky that the Kathmandu Water Supply Board donated a piece of land to create this experiment site where we do our mesocosm experiment. They gave us shed. They gave us a lot of supplies. The fact that it's important for us to have a government entity buy in, their role becomes extremely important, even if we are doing an academic research. We had, again, very native, easily, these are the plants that's probably also available in Indonesia: Tradescantia pallida, Kiana indica, Salvia splendens. These are beautiful flowers. We have restricted ourselves from using vegetables because, you won't be eating that vegetables. So plants will, flowers will look good. Some people have suggested, why don't you use vegetables so that you can, also sell them? But I'm a little reluctant in selling the vegetables that has trapped a lot of pollutants and metals and sediments and whatnot. So this is just a pictorial diagram of what it looks like, very pretty. And it does not always stay the same. So in this case, in particular for Nepal, what we did was we wanted to bring some of the waste materials together. The ponds and lakes and, like slow-moving rivers have a lot of styrofoam sitting there. So we basically collected those styrofoam and we put that in the middle of 2 bamboo mat. Again, both very sustainable material. I mean, they degrade over time, but, it takes a lot of time to degrade bamboo. Bamboo is highly resilient. And it's available in Indonesia, that I know. So, and we tied it up with a zip tie, basically, and we created little holes where we put these plants. So again, a shallow-rooted plants. So if you look at the picture here, where we had students involved, we supported 4 master's students on this project. They did their thesis, but then most importantly, we brought in local youth group, local community members, and they all participated in building this raft so that they have their ownership. They felt the ownership, that they were involved in helping remediating this water. What we also did was, in addition to making sure that the community was involved, we did plenty of workshops to exchange knowledge of floating wetland. It's important, very, very important to exchange this knowledge. Let the regulators know, let the government know, let the community know, and let the policymakers know that capacity building is extremely important. Again, a snapshot of what it looked like in terms of microcosm study. Like you can see there, it's from the first test to the 4th test, which is about 4 months' time. Dissolved oxygen level went up significantly for all of these treatments. There was a control which only had a raft with no plants. Actually, control didn't have any. So it was only a raft, and then there are 3 plants. So what you can see overall in these plots, box plots, are over time you do see that increase in dissolved oxygen. What does that mean is when you have increase in dissolved oxygen, that means the algae is being broken down, nutrients are being cleaned up, sediments probably is like the concentration is low. So this is also shown in this orthophosphate plot. I didn't put all the plots. We have ammonia plot, nitrate plot, sediment plot, and some metals plot, which showed very similar trajectory as you can see here for orthophosphate plot. And this is an overall microcosm result study. You can see here how the initial value and then final value, like focus on blue and red. In case of nitrate, there's a significant drop here. Iron concentration went down, orthophosphate went down. So it works. The question becomes how sustainable it is and how do we maintain it. Maintenance requires ownership. Maintenance requires, like policymakers to be heavily involved. So we ended up creating a lot of materials for infographics and brochures and handed it out not just to the local residents, but it went out to many places. We created a guidebook that is available online in APN website, and we have many of these materials that are available for giveaways to the locals and students, to institutions that are interested in learning how this is built and how this works. This is a picture of a mayor of the city. He was a big proponent of this project. He came to multiple workshops and he really helped us build that relationship with community and then build a trust with the community. And that's extremely important. And so this is a familiar picture for all of you. This is a picture from Banjarmasin, and you can see, you guys are already doing this kind of thing. There's a floating market. It's a concept that could be used. I mean, we're not going to be doing any vegetables here. They're selling vegetables, but the concept is exactly the same. You're basically putting in a floating raft with a bunch of plants, and those help bring down all the pollutants. So again, in terms of sustainability, it cleans water naturally. It repurposes litters. You can construct it with recycling materials, like it could be the styrofoams that we use. It could be water bottles, BPA-free water bottles, if you're concerned about microplastics. It could be any material that you can think of that could be weaved into a raft. I used oyster mats. I used BPA-free bottles. And you can grow valuable vegetables, again, with a little grain of salt. I prefer flowers. And now the last slide, which actually shows how do this fit into the circular economy principle. Now, this is just a very rough, like a flow chart that I'm showing here. Polluted water gets treated by a floating wetland system, macrophytes, which are basically plant, and then phytoremediation, plant in action with biofilm and microbes, remediate water. You can harvest biomass for feedstock, for biogas, for flowers, and then, it can be put back into the water conservation, reuse of water. So this becomes sort of like a cycle. The water is used, the biomass is used, raft is being used. So everything here is being used. And at the same time, we are also reusing the waste products. So regenerate, it's a closed loop, it's renewable, and it's also repurposed. So this closes that circular principle concept here. So with this, I would like to end my talk, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have. I didn't go into too much scientific details, but I'm happy to discuss. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Very insightful presentation from Prof. Pradang. Can we give a round of applause for Prof. Pradang? Yeah, such interesting findings on how floating treatment wetland systems can help in climate resilience, Prof. Pradang. And we would like to have straight away question and answer session because Prof. Pradang is quite late already in the US. We cannot expect her to be with us until the rest of the session. So we would have 10 minutes question and answer session. Anyone from the audience would like to ask a question? Kindly raise your hand, mention your name, and specify your question briefly. Anyone from the audience or even from the speaker we welcome any question? I'll start with myself. Perhaps, Prof, we are interested in how this kind of technology can be applied in a large scale. How is it the potential, especially in the context of Aceh and Indonesia?
So when we say large-scale application, there are a couple of ways to do this. One is to be able to produce sort of like a micro enterprise or macro enterprise, train people to how to create this raft, build a raft. And raft could be built in many ways. As I showed you, it could be built using waste materials. That is one way of doing it. But if you really want to industrialize it, if you really want to look at a business perspective of it, you can also be very creative and use raft with nanomaterials. Like I'm putting a little bit of engineering in here. Like this raft that, like if you really don't want to use a plastic products or styrofoams, you can essentially use the pond filters, like in aquarium, in like every homeowners with aquarium, they will know they will have to put a little pond filter at the bottom so that, the fish, like all the remnants doesn't clog, it cleans the filter. So that filter itself can serve a purpose. Like you use that filter and you infuse that filter with nanomaterials, especially activated charcoal. Activated charcoal has its great treatment capacity. It can help absorb a lot of pollutants pretty efficiently, and many drinking water treatment plants use activated charcoal or anthracite. So that's the way to industrialize it if you want to do it without using waste materials. So that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is, as I showed you in the pictures, like using local materials like bamboo. Bamboo is found everywhere in Indonesia. Make use of bamboo raft. But then in between, you can either put that pond filter, like a thick, like 4 inches layer of pond filter, or you can also try using styrofoams. Again, you have to be cautious that you're not adding microplastics into the water. But if you really want to collect waste from the water and reuse them, then you'll have to have some sorting capacity, like, bring those BPA-free bottles, weave them. You can use oyster traps to create a raft. So I've done oyster traps also to create rafts. So there are various ways of creating these rafts. But then if you want to go into a large scale, I really suggest that you run these microcosm experiment in the lab first. You need to have a proof of concept, which is for that particular country, for that particular area. Because the pollution levels are different in different places, climate's different in different places. So it's always important to have a proof of concept that fits with Aceh. So there are different ways of going large scale. And I'm happy to, discuss more and happy to give more.
Yes, sure. Yes, very interesting. Even though my field is accounting, but I could see how the potential of such using simple items for the purpose of cleaning water, and perhaps in the end we can achieve the climate resilience through
I call it
innovation.
cash from trash. It's basically we are collecting trash, and the cash benefit that we're getting is a water quality benefit, ecosystem benefit, aesthetic benefit. So I just call it cash from trash.
Definitely. Thank you, Prof. Pradanang. Do we have any question from the audience? Yes. A gentleman at the back, kindly introduce yourself briefly. If you are a student, saying from which faculty are you?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Good morning, Professor Pradanang. Let me introduce myself. My name is Andrianta Kacaribu. You all can call me Andri. I am a PhD student in Agricultural Science, Postgraduate School, Universitas Syah Kuala. I am interested in this topic, so I have one question. As we know that Indonesian have the rainfall season, this could be a limitation of this method. So, how do floating wetland perform under the heavy rainfall condition in Indonesia? And what the measures are applied to overcome this limitation? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Andre.
Very nice,
Can we give applause for
nice
Andre?
question.
Yes, Prof. Radanang. Yeah, did
Yeah,
you get
very
the
nice
question?
Again, as I said, the good reason that you have to do test in the site is to fit the need of the climatic regime. So the tropical rain system in Indonesia, and it rains every day. It rains pretty heavy. So my suggestion is if you plan to implement these kind of systems, again, remember, this is floating wetland system that works on a stagnant water. Don't put them in a free-flowing rivers because you don't want your raft to disappear because when it rains and when there is a big flood, it will go away somewhere, right? So you don't want to put them in heavy, like turbulent river system. You want to put them in a pond, in a lake that stays, like a standing water bodies, for example. So rain should not really affect. Rain should, in fact, help assimilate the nutrient removal process. I mean, this could be an example, experiment that you can try in the lab by putting shower heads, and then mimicking the rain system. Like you run it, the picture that I showed you, create the same setup, but you also put shower head on the top and mimic the rain system to see, like, if you are letting water run through for 6 hours a day. If it's raining 6 hours a day, what kind of impact will it have? How much the raft will be able to really, remove pollutant? And you can also regulate temperature because it's pretty warm there, it's humid there. So you can do those climatic regulation, like the regulating climatic conditions inside the lab and see what works and what doesn't work. So before you go and set it up outside. Did I answer the question?
Okay, I guess so, yes. To mitigate the challenges of rainfall season in Indonesia, yeah. Thank you so much, Prof. Radanang. Do we have any last question from the audience before we end the first keynote speech? Anyone? Yeah, we do have. We don't have from the lady yet. Another gentleman.
Good morning, Professor. My name is Liwaul Hamdi, and I'm a fresh graduate student from Universitas Syah Kuala. I've never thought about this idea before. This is so interesting. But I have also one question. As you said before, that the plant we could use a domestic plant that easily found in our location. So my question is. Do we could use any plant, or we should do some research first to see if the plant is effective to conservation the water from the pollutant?
Mm-hmm.
So we could do any plant, or we should.
Yes, that's another great question. Like most of the plants do have ability to absorb certain type of nutrients, right? Some legume plants are capable of absorbing nitrates. Some have better capacity to absorb metals. So, you will need to, you can't put every plant in your experiment, but you might want to pick few plants based on literature, review, research, papers, and see which plants are great in, phytoremediation. We have right now like a book that's going to be coming soon on microplastics, and then we also have like a phytoremediation section in there. And now, what's important is like do not bring any invasive species because they are very difficult to get rid of. And so try to find the local plants. Again, make sure that the plant is shallow rooted, it's not deep rooted. You do not want a strong taproot system. You do not want a tree to grow on your raft. That's going to be a problem. So try to find 3 to 4 varieties of plants and grow it in the lab condition and see which one works better. And you're not going to do monoculture. You will have to have combination of plants. You don't want to grow only one type of plant and be done with it. You want to grow multiple, so you want to put like combination of few plants and see, if you're going to do experiment, you want to have a control and treatment and see which works and which doesn't work. And again, this is something that you have to try experimenting in the lab first before you go out and say what works. The plant that I showed you, the Tradescantia, it's available everywhere. It's probably there in Indonesia. The Canna indica, which is a bulbous kind of plant. And then that's the other one, the red flower, Sariva. That's another one. So it's just there everywhere. It thrives in any kind of climate. That's another thing that you have to also think about, like, in tropical area, what are some of the wetland plants that looks nicer, that flowers, and that thrives the entire year. You can try working on those plants.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Radanang. Does it answer the question, Ziaul Hamdi? Thank you so much. Can we give applause to the one who asked the question, Ziaul Hamdi? And also, with that, we end the session with Prof. Radanang. Very interesting and insightful, Prof. I think that opens up also research potential in Indonesia to extend your research within the Indonesian context. And also, it opens up other research ideas related to the topic. We would like to thank you again, Prof. Radanang, on behalf of Universitas Syah Kuala for joining us. We wish you all the best for your future research and other works that contribute to the betterment of humankind. Okay, another round of applause for Prof. Sony M. Pradanang from University of Rhode Island, USA.
Thank you very much. And I'm not going to stay too long. It's already 11:20 p.m. here.
Yes, totally
Good
understand.
luck with the conference.
Yes.
And please share all the information that you have.
Thank you so much again, Prof. Radanang. Yes, you may leave. We understand.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you too. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we had a very insightful session from the first keynote speaker. Now let's proceed to the second keynote speaker, which is Dr. Fauzan Aziman STMN, who is currently the General Director of Research and Development at the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Indonesia. Dr. Fauzan is the leading figure in advancing research, innovation, and technology policy in Indonesia, with a very impressive track record either in professional work or in education. Dr. Fauzan completed his degree from Institut Teknologi Bandung and then master's from Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan, and then PhD from Swansea University, UK, and he also earned postdoctoral from University of Oxford, UK, and he has worked with various corporations as well as universities, top universities. He has worked in Japan. He has also served at the University of Oxford, at the Institut Teknologi Bandung as well, before currently joining the Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi Sains and Technology. And Dr. Fauzan also has received numerous prestigious awards, either from the industry as well as from the educational institution, and he has published at numerous international and national journals. We would like to welcome Dr. Fauzan Aziman ST MN. Are you with us already, Dr. Fauzan? Hello? The committee may help. We are waiting for Dr. Fauzan perhaps to join us. Dr. Fauzan basically will talk about Indonesia's role and initiatives in promoting green technology and circular economy practices through research and policy innovation. He will elaborate on the topic titled From One to Value, Unlocking Indonesia's High Value Added Green Industry Through R&D. We are still waiting for Dr. Fauzan to join us. But let me have a little conversation with Dr. Tengku Adlin, who is here. When did you arrive in Banda Aceh, Dr. Tengku Adlin? Yesterday afternoon. Is it the first time in Banda Aceh or?
This is my second time.
Second time, Alhamdulillah. How do you find Banda Aceh?
Aceh is a very interesting city.
Okay. In terms of?
In terms of the size.
The size,
and
yes.
The people and the food.
Okay.
This is my second time, and I find it equally interesting.
Equally interesting, Alhamdulillah. We're so happy to welcome and host you. I hope you find your experience here enjoyable, yeah, Dr. Tengku Adeline. And have you visited Sabang?
Not yet.
Not yet. I hope this time you manage to visit Sabang.
Not
Not also.
also. Maybe that's a reason for me to come again.
Okay, yes, sure. We would welcome you, inshallah. Yeah, Dr. Fauzan has not joined us yet. Okay, coming back again to the CV of Dr. Fauzan, very interesting. He speaks fluent Japanese. Yeah, he earns the test score for Japanese language proficiency test. Yeah, so he has multiple skills, I believe, from the CV, and he happens to receive awards from Oxford University, Excellence Award, as well as Miura Award from Tokyo Institute of Technology. So I believe this is a pride of the nation, a pride for Indonesia and for all of us. And for holding the position of General Director of Research and Development is very suit him well to further enhance the research and innovation of Indonesia, we believe. Yeah. How is it, the committee? Do we have Dr. Fauzan with us? Or shall we proceed with the third speaker? Still, we are waiting. Not yet? Okay, maybe Dr. Adli would like to share. Are you coming alone here or with the team? Alone from University Malaya, right? In which department, Dr. Tengku Adli now?
Department of Geography.
Geography, I see. So geography is placed under Department Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. Okay, okay. Any collaboration with Universitas Syah Kuala at the moment?
Collaboration in terms of research, not yet.
Not yet.
We managed to start a mobility program.
I see.
We sent our students, a team of 35 students earlier this year, and we're going to receive reciprocally another 35 students from USK on the 23rd.
23rd of this month.
September.
May I know from which faculty, Dr. Tengku Adlin?
Biology, I think.
Biology. Any possibility for accounting to also join research with your field? Do you foresee any possibility of that?
Oh yes, I think we can work on ESG perhaps.
Yeah, sustainability issues, right? Yeah, it requires a multidisciplinary expertise. Yeah, I believe.
Now is going very serious in ESG reporting.
I see.
And the standards are very much involved. Preparing the standards, we need the basics of accounting.
Sure. And we have sustainability reporting standards issued by IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards. And for universities, I think we have UI Greenmatic as well. Oh, the mic is not really. Okay, do we have Dr. Fauzan with us? If we don't, we will proceed with the next speaker. Maybe we can come back. Do we have committee here? Anyone could confirm? Yeah, this is one of the challenge of, yes. Online, yes. But nevertheless, the online platform benefit us so much, especially from the COVID moment, right? Yeah. We realized that how much it benefits in terms of learning, in terms of industrial transactions, and all other kinds of dimension that was helped so much by the technology that make the online transaction possible. Okay, still, if we don't have Dr. Fauzan yet with us, I think it will be your turn, Dr. Tunku Adlin. We have?
Yes? Apologies. Yeah, now I've just connected to Zoom. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Fauzan.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so without further ado, we would like to welcome Dr. Fauzan Aziman, STMN, to present his work with the title From Want to Value, Unlocking Indonesian High Value Added Green Industries Through Research and Development. Yes, Dr. Fauzan. Can we give a round of applause for Dr. Fauzan Aziman?
Thank you very much for the and apologies for slightly being late because transferring from a previous meeting. So my name is Fauzan Aziman. I'm Director General of Research and Development in the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of Indonesia. Apologies that the Minister could not join in person and also online. So I essentially representing the ministry to explain about our policies, especially on how we transform the idea of or to value, unlocking Indonesia's high value added green industry through R&D. But before that, we would like to appreciate the Honorable Professor Dr. Irwan of Universitas Syah Kuala and factors of Universitas Syah Kuala and also Director of Postgraduate School of Universitas Syah Kuala, Professor Dr. Izir, and Deans of Faculties of Universitas Syah Kuala, and also for Professor Dr. Mudatsir, Head of the Institute of Research and Community Service, Professor Dr. M. Faisal, the conference, and all keynotes and invited speakers of the conference. We appreciate for the invitations, and hopefully we can add a few key things which might probably improve understanding of our key policies within the government. So let me start with the understanding of exponential growth of technology. So this day, technology's speed of change make a unprecedented accelerations as we've never seen before. But we believe that despite engineering technologies grow exponentially in many cases, but still nowhere near the pace of our ideas. So ideas become more and more important. The improvement of technologies should be aligned with the improvement of our human resources. That is key baseline of our policy. Now let's delve deeper a little bit on the green technologies relevance in terms of our Indonesia energy transition outlook in 2025. As you on the hand side, we're still very heavy in terms of usage of energy at coal and oil products. Essentially are still the main input stream. So we are using around only about 14% of renewable energy to this day. And then on the right-hand side, let me use my laser pointer for clarity. We also see losses, for example. And then the biggest industries contributes to the use of our energy. First is industrial sector, and then second is transportation sector. Let me delve deeper a little bit on the transportation sector, because transportation sector, as you see, is almost the same as industry usage. So on the right-hand side, you see the use of EVs on the road. So early 2020, I think everyone will probably agree that in Indonesia, we did something remarkable by banning export of nickel, with the idea that we anticipate the use of electric vehicles in Indonesia and around the globe will be accelerated. And then we see that that prediction is probably not very far, as you see that it is indeed increasing very rapidly. So say that for electric two wheels, it's around 2,000 in 2020, but in 2024 in September, increased to 130,000. And also similarly, we see for the four wheels. So in 2022, 2021, I think we may probably bear see some of the EV cars on the road. But now around 50,000 of EV cars are on the road in Indonesia. And to support this, you also see that the charging infrastructure is as well added more and more in almost the same trend as well. So we see that green technologies, and in fact, as I mentioned before about nickel, we would like to link that into our circular economy, which I think pretty much aligned to today's conference. So now, with this understanding, which means that both green economy and also the technology aligned to it will be very much important for us. Therefore, understanding of how speed of innovations in this field will be very important for us to understand. Let me flash a little bit to the past. Innovation cycle change one period to the next. And as you can see that, it becomes shorter and shorter in terms of the cycle itself. So in the past, when water power wave this the innovation cycle, it took around 60 years to complete the cycle. And recently, I think the closest wave that we remember about is digital network, which is internet. And then it's around just 30 years, and now it's pretty much matured and saturated in a way. And at the moment, what we see is the sixth wave, which is AI, IoT, robots, and drones, or linked to the current conference, clean technology. So because it's rapidly as well developed. And one of which the effect of this cycle, as you can see on the right-hand side, so around 2018 towards 2020, we expect that battery adoptions, usage of nickel expected to be high. But then only the last, 2 years, from 2022 to 2021, the use of LFP, it just doesn't use nickel. It uses phosphorus and essentially steals increasing more and more. Which means as well that adoptions of technology, understanding of the economy becoming critical decision that we need to make within Indonesia. As you can see that the selling of Indonesia predominantly still using LFP, which also means that we need to think carefully of what technologies that we need to invest and then how we then make it economical. Now, if I come back a little bit, just to get a bigger overview that how those technologies and development of R&D within the energy area could help. So we see that renewable energy at the moment in Indonesia energy landscape occupies around 30%, which is still much lower than the initial target in 2025, which is around 25%. So we downgrade our prediction of when the renewable energy share will improve. So by 2030, we're trying to approach 19 to 21%. But this is still not easy to achieve, despite there are a few things that I think that we can probably make decisions to accelerate. And we see that EV on the road, as explained earlier, is really accelerating. And then on contrary, we also see that LPG subsidy in Indonesia reaching quite close to 100 trillion rupiah. And there is a discussions within the government on how we reduce our dependency to LPG subsidy and then improving our electricity usage, but then driven by renewable energy. So jumping a little bit on a few topics, but then all this will then relate to the circular economy that we hope that by improving electricity and then reducing more and more on the LPG subsidy, that may improve the usage of renewable energy. So this is a good link which I can see in the conferences being taken. So the link between green technologies and the circular economy. And let me bring you a little bit about on the overview side that what I just mentioned is actually very well to the missions president and vice president in each masjid. And within which, as you can see, green economy is one of the 8 missions, mission number 2. And then in mission number 4, I highlight here science and technology. And mission number 5 is advanced downstreaming, or in bahasa Indonesia we call it hilirisasi. So if we combine this, we see that the role of green technology or science and technologies to the economy through advanced downing is key for us to develop carefully. And how do we want to achieve those missions? There are 17 priority programs within the government, and you can see here that science and technology, energy, and environmental preservation and downstreaming, they're all in priority programs. So we can align this and try to integrate all together. And this is where we then try to more on green energy ecosystem in Indonesia. So the idea of green energy ecosystem that we try to build is we do have a lot, and I can say pretty much abundant material resources in Indonesia, especially nickel, cobalt, stainless steel, copper, manganese, tin, and rare earth element. And then we, on the other hand, are extremely adaptive in terms of consumptions of energy. This is just a few examples: buses, cars, and scooters. And all this essentially use energy, but then sometimes we don't really link well carefully. Now the path of linking on the right side, the left-hand side, so that the circular economy of the ore to value can be established. We also see this that through few key technologies, and one of which is materials and manufacturing technology. As you can see that on the left-hand side, when we build renewable energies within investment, material cost is actually the largest. So as you can see here that for lithium-ion batteries, material cost is almost 70%. For PV, material cost is about 65%. So which means that we do have our materials at the very beginning of the journey of material construction. But at times that it doesn't sustain well with the cycle of production. So usually we sell our materials at a very early stage and then coming back to the country when it becomes product. So we miss a lot of the value in between. So you can see, for example, nickel. Nickel for a ton is about 1,000. But then when you convert it to, say, battery, then one becomes about for the same weight, it makes price close to 1,000 times compared to the ore economy. So this is where we see that we need to link carefully between technology, add value, and then how that may improve our growth of economy. We also try to understand global material demand because in the process of business, there is the import side, there's the export side. And we then also develop a number of technologies depending on availability of materials. And we see that EV and then CSP, PV, wind, they're all affected by critical materials that in Indonesia, we do have them. So we would like to then build more and more link between availability of our materials and then final product that we are trying to achieve and for the technology. So we then invest our technology to be developed. And so there is a link between technology linkage and materials to final products. So our economy would like to shift from extractive economy to product innovative, product-based economy. So hopefully that is clear on the trajectory of the policy and then how we would like research and development, science and technology to be used to improve our technology so that we can use that to value products. And then we then start looking at few maps just to really understand where we want to put our investment and then our effort and development of human resource development. So first is we try to understand what is so-called material flow. So this is material flow of aluminum. So aluminum starts from alumina and there are a few processes along the way and then in will then develop into end-use products. And there's countless industries involved in between. So we try and break down those industries and then see where we can fit in within the global supply chain. So here an example of aluminum body in white, where aluminum is key. And this is another example of material flow. In this case, nickel. And in terms of nickel, what's important, nickel can be processed further and then it becomes a battery. But then maybe not so many people probably understand that nickel is actually a value that would become a superalloy. So superalloy is in jet engine, turbochargers in cars, they are very high value. So you see that other materials, as example here also steels and copper. So all this is what we need to transfer our silver economy. There is a process of manufacturing processes, facilities that we need to build, or at least we need to link within Indonesia and also local and global supply chain. Now it comes to when I explain a lot about materials flow, you could also see that there is energy flow. And what we try to build is a circular economy based on material and energy at the same time. So by linking the two, actually, we'll be able to build a sustainable ecosystem, which then bit by bit, we can supply through our domestic technology and industries. So this is a way that we build a global leadership. So this is efficient, active roles of Indonesia across international supply chains. But at the same time, we would like to be locally as well useful or true. So we would have a local energy ownership ecosystem, for example, supporting villages and islands to build sustainable energy ecosystem. Or in Bahasa Indonesia, we call it Desa Mandiri. So Desa Mandiri is actually key that it will support how we build our ecosystem of technology supply, and in the end, we be a part of global supply chain. So hopefully that idea appears well through the presentation. And what I can also, in the last part, is to explain that we try to break down a little bit further. So once we understand the technology, we try to understand on how the material and manufacturing technologies need to be built, and then how the product itself need to be assembled and to be processed. And then so that do studies about requirements to downstream those commodities, and also estimate investment needed. So this type of studies we would like to do more and more, because understanding this, we then understand what technology need to be R&D, to be researched on, and in then how need to be invested in. And similar things that we do as well for EV, like and informations that we're building a roadmap, a global roadmap of 48 topics within Indonesia to assist us in terms of R&D investment, which also link to investment itself, because the idea of scaling up is something that we take very seriously, so that output of university can actually be economically viable and becomes sustainable. So I think in USK, production of nilam, for example, is one of, I think, key technology that we can build further, and then scaling up is something which I think very key that we need to focus on. Now, this is just an example of the model, but we'll, to summarize a little bit in terms of our key policies. So we start with the journey understanding the market. So the market in terms of EV is increasing. So we also understand on regulations, which in Indonesia we are endorsing, strengthening more and more renewable energies. We also see that technology is developing very fast, rapidly, almost exponentially. And at the same time, we do have challenges. So the challenge in Indonesia that we are very much rely on extractive economy, and we would like to shift from extractive economy into product or innovation product-based economy. Now, how we would like to support within the ministry to achieve that, and how universities can also assist. So we try at the moment is that in funding research, We are not focusing just on the fix, but we really bring important problems or challenges that we would like to solve. So it's called challenge-based research funding. By doing this, we hope that more multidisciplinary collaborations will evolve, and also introduction of industry to research becoming more and more important, and also community or challenges coming from local government becomes very valuable. This is an example we discussed with Danantara, key investment in Danantara, and then we then try to line understanding of investment side and also research. So by doing this, hopefully, we can really link between economic transformation or economic growth through research-driven or deep tech development within universities and also research institutions. And in a nutshell, what we try to establish to achieve is through world-class publications. So the first pillar, R&D publications, is the key. Then, as I mentioned before, that product to assist high-value industry is something that we would like to build as important as the publication itself. And through partnership, we would like to bridge this, and hopefully we can contribute to society deeper and deeper, and so on, which then end up with our current jargon within the ministry that we would like higher education, science, and technology to be impactful or in Indonesia for product. So we prepare key funding from the upstream towards downstream, and not only the technology, but also on the commercializations of technology itself. And hopefully by doing that, our economy would be more and more supporting green vision. And that could be achieved by 4 key pillars, which is human resource development, world-class research, partnership, and downstreaming itself, and building adaptive technology development. So hopefully that explains our key policies and how we would like to arrange the ecosystem within the country to support green technologies and circular economy in action for Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fauzan. Can we give a round of applause for Dr. Fauzan? Such a thought-provoking presentation on the Indonesia ecosystem as well as master plan for further research and development. I apologize that I mistakenly mentioned the title from one. It's supposed to be from or, yeah, Dr. Fauzan. We would like to discuss further during the Q&A session, Dr. Fauzan, perhaps around 11:30 a.m. later. We'll have Q&A. Could you stay or join us later at 11:30, Dr. Fauzan?
Yeah, let me see, and then we'll inform my team to
remind, yes?
In the session. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We really hope that you could join later for Q&A session, because we'll proceed with the next speaker. Thank you so much again, Dr. Fauzan Aziman. Next, we proceed. Yes, thank you, Dr. Fauzan. We'll be meeting you again at 11:30, inshallah. Okay, our third keynote speaker, who came all the way from Malaysia to Banda Aceh, is Associate Professor Dr. Tengku Adeline Adura Tengku Hamzah, who is currently Director for Center for Assessment of Capacity Building, Quality Management and Enhancement Department, University Malaya. And Professor Dr. Tengku Adeline is a distinguished academic and institutional leader at University Malaya, where she served as a Director of Center of Assessment and Capacity Building. She holds her PhD in Environmental Governance from Durham University, UK, a master's degree in Environmental Studies from University Putra Malaysia, and a bachelor's degree in Science from University Malaya. Her research spans key dimensions of environmental governance with a focus on waste management, natural resource stewardship, climate risk, and ESG framework. She has secured a large amount of research grants in Malaysia, as well as, I believe, international research grant as well. And beyond research, Dr. Tengku Adlin is also a recognized expert in teaching and learning strategy, particularly in outcome-based education. And she has conducted numerous workshops across higher education institutions. She is also a certified lead auditor for ISO 9001-2015 on quality management system. She holds multiple administrative appointments at departmental, faculty, and as well university levels. And today, she will share perspective on the role of laws and policies with regard to sustainable waste management in Malaysia. Without further ado, we would like to welcome Dr. Tengku Adlin to deliver her speech. Yes, you can use the podium. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Tengku Adlin.
Thank you very much, Professor Moderator. Assalamualaikum, very good morning, everyone. Give me a minute. Okay, as was introduced, my name is Tengku Adlin, and I'm from University Malaya, Malaysia. And today I would like to talk on the topic of sustainable waste management in Malaysia, the rules of laws and regulation. Right, let me bring you through the sequence of my presentation today. Next slide, please. Right. So I will start with a brief introduction about what waste is and how to manage it efficiently, and then followed up with the waste management in Malaysia. And then I'll go into this is actually the main thing that I'm going to talk about, on two laws on waste management in Malaysia. One is on managing hazardous waste, the other one is managing non-hazardous waste. For both the laws, what I'm going to talk about is explanation about the law, looking into what are the reasons for the formation of law, and perhaps looking into how that contributes to an achievement of sustainability. And the most important part I want to share with all of you today is about the most current amendment to these two laws. And finally, the conclusion, to look into how laws and regulation can be an effective tools and effective mechanism in achieving sustainable targets. Next slide. Okay, so have any one of you thrown anything in the rubbish bin this morning? Have you? Have you not? So what you put in the bin is actually waste. There are many types or many different definitions of waste in different types of law, but what it actually means is, it is something that you have, but you do not need, or you do not want that anymore. You are ready to dispose that. That at that particular time, anything at all. For example, I have my cell phone here. I do not want this anymore. I'm ready to throw it in the bin. So at that particular moment, this handphone is waste to me. But if I give it to someone else who needs the phone and think he or she can use the phone for her benefit, then that, for that particular person, is some resource. So at one particular moment, one similar material can be waste and can be resource to different person. That's why people say one man's waste is another man's wealth, right? So yeah, I have different interpretation or different definition of waste there, but what it really means is what I mentioned to you just now. Next slide. Okay, to manage waste efficiently, they are grouped into different categories, different classification system. In the world, there are many classification systems to put waste together into groups, but three most commonly used ones are based on its toxicity, based on the chemical composition, and the source of generation of waste. Next slide. Yeah, in Malaysia, we decided to use level of toxicity as the foundation of classification waste into two groups, hazardous waste and non-hazardous waste. Okay, as far as governance is concerned, those two types of waste are governed by different ministries. The non-hazardous waste are administered by the Ministry of Housing and Local Government, while the hazardous waste is put under the jurisdiction of Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. In terms of law, there are different sets of law for these two types of waste. For non-hazardous waste, the piece of legislation is called Solid Waste and Public Cleansing Management Act, 2007, whilst for hazardous waste, the law is called Environmental Quality Act, 1974. That is the principal law, followed by a subsidiary law formed under the power of that principal law, which is called Environmental Quality Scheduled Waste Regulations, 2005. But it's not limited to only this. There are also laws specifically to manage specific types of waste. For example, for sewage, we have Water Services Industry Act, and for radioactive waste, the law is called Atomic Energy Licensing Act. Okay, next. Right, my slides do not have any pictures. They are all words. For simple reasons, because I learned this from my experience. There was one I presented in a conference, and my session come close to lunchtime. And I talk about clinical waste at that time, with all the photos on clinical waste. And I sent everybody having some sort of problem to eat lunch afterwards. So from there, I said, okay, never mind. I'm not going to show any photos. Yeah, all words, don't worry. Okay, so let's now discuss on the non-hazardous waste first, and then we do the hazardous waste. Right, so before we go deeper into understanding that piece of law, maybe you would like to know what drives the formation of the law. So to understand this, we need to go back in time, perhaps a quarter decade ago, where this is the landscape of waste management in Malaysia at that time. We are having this problem. Number one, rapid urbanization and population growth. So we all understand the linear correlation between rapid urbanization, population growth, and the increase of waste generation. Okay, due to rapid urbanization, we have problems with increased waste generation, not only the amount, the volume of waste, but different types of waste as well. So existing system couldn't cope at that time with the volume, with the complexity of modern waste streams. So we have to find a way of discipline to disciplinize our citizens and to keep things in place. Number two, a growing concern on environmental and public health. People start realizing how waste can have an impact on their environment and health. And that be waste. Okay, and number three, the most important thing is fragmented governance. Okay. Back then, the responsibilities to manage waste were scattered across local authorities. And there are huge local authorities. There are small local authorities. There are rich ones. There are poorer ones. So the level of service provided by local authorities are different at that time. And this results to or led to inconsistent service delivery, led to inefficiencies, poor enforcement, and mounting environmental concerns. Next slide. Okay, so due to that, the government realized the need for a centralized and regulated approach to protect communities and ecosystem. There, they decided, or a piece of law were drafted back in 1997. But it took 10 years for that particular law to be passed by the Parliament in 2007 and finally gazetted a month after that. However, it only came into force. Effective date is only 1st of February 2011. Okay, so this is sometimes, keep people thinking, what is the delay? Why is such a law which was drafted in 1997 only became effective, how many years? 14 years after that, in 2011. So there are many reasons, basically, and we can have one topic to talk about just this. Okay, but for the particular reason, for this particular session, what I can say is that it is mainly due to a political, maybe political, yeah? Because waste management back then has been put under local authorities' power. So the local authorities in different states, and different states are actually governed by different parties. Some of the parties governing the states are not the same parties governing the country. So there are some kind of twist there, yeah? So transitioning the responsibility from the local authority to the federal level required negotiations, and this take times, yeah? And then agreement with individual states are needed before it can be implemented. And as a result, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. As a result, in terms of implementation, we can see that on the effective date, the 1st September 2011, only 6 states out of 14 states and 1 federal territory in Malaysia decided to implement or to go on with the act, and 2 federal territories are also involved. So other states which don't agree to use this law operate under the Local Government Act until recently in 2024, last year, Selangor followed suit, and 2025, this year, Penang received cabinet approval in principle. But further discussions are ongoing to finalize the implementation details. So you can see here that the implementation of this particular law has expanded, and this reflects a growing commitment to standardize, to be more efficient, and better sustainable solid management across Malaysia. Okay, now let's look into detail. What are the important information or the gist of this law? Can we go to the next slide, please? Can we go to the next slide? All right. So this law specifies, enacted, that there are several types of law. Under non-hazardous, they subcategorize it into these types of law, and they are called controlled solid waste. Yeah? In the Act, we normally call it Act 672. Okay? They are household waste, commercial waste, institutional waste, industrial waste, public, construction, and imported solid waste. Next one. All right. So I'd like to go into detail only for 2 parts of this law, Part 8 and Part 10. Okay, so Part 8 is about control over generations and holders of controlled solid waste. So 3 important sections under this part are Section 71, 74, and 77. Basically, what all these sections is all about is it dictates you, or it tells you, or it controls your action when you are the holder or the generator of waste. So if you generate waste in your lifetime, then you have to abide to all these sections. If you say, no, I am a zero waste, what do you call that? Now people want to go zero waste. You believe in zero waste. You don't actually produce waste, but you hold waste produced by other people. You are also need to abide to this law. So what the law is all about, in Section 71, it is about prohibition against unauthorized solid waste management activities. So it's about restriction on handling controlled waste, yeah, as in Act 672. And if you are found guilty of doing anything which is against the law, you can be fined up to 10,000 ringgit no, starting from 10,000 ringgit up to maximum 100,000 ringgit. You can also be sent to jail for 6 months up to 5 years, just for doing something bad with your waste. Okay? Section 74 about duty to separate solid waste. This is regarding separation, handling, and storage of controlled waste. What it means in simpler terms is that when you produce waste or when you generate waste, under Section 74, you have a duty to separate the waste into different categories. Okay? We called it segregation at source. Pengasingan di punca. As you throw waste, you put them into their own categories. And if you do not do this correctly, you can be fined not exceeding to 100,000 ringgit. How do they know people are not doing this correct? There are enforcement officers going around checking the dustbin of people. So together with this law, the government will provide bins for every houses in Malaysia, and the enforcement officer will open up your bins and check out what you have in the bins. If they find aluminum cans, bottles, plastic bottles not being segregated, then you can get the fine up to 1,000 ringgit. Okay? Section 77, this is about criminals, any wrongdoing which cause damage to the facilities related to solid waste management. How can this be done? Some people, they smoke cigarette and then they don't actually make sure that the butt is already okay for them to dispose. They just put the cigarette butt in the bin, and as a result, they started a fire. And because of the fire, the bins are all, melt down. Some bins are made of plastics. So they can be fined up to 100,000. Same penalty as Section 71. The additional is that they have the liability to bear the cost of repairs and or maybe full compensation for replacement of the damaged facilities. Okay, next. Okay, this one, Part 10. Part 10 is related to reduction and recovery of controlled solid waste. This is before the waste become waste. We're trying to avoid from anything that you do not want from going to the landfill. Okay, so two sections here, 101 and 102. 101 promotes the 3R, reduction, reuse, and recycling of controlled waste. And if you don't do that, you can be fined up to 10,000 ringgit and can be also put in prison. And 102 is about deposit refund system. For this one, the responsibility is being shifted not only it's not only the responsibility of those producing waste, but to the retailer and also the manufacturer. Okay? What it means here is that when you want to purchase something, you put a certain amount of money as a deposit. And once you've done with anything that you want to use the items that you bought for and return the items to the retailer, you get back the refund. Okay, so the deposit refund system. Now, next one. All right, so if we compare Part 8 and Part 10, so Part 8 is related to controlling the actions of people when they are holding any type of waste. And Part 10 is about more philosophical. Okay? It's about reduce landfill dependency by encouraging product recovery. It supports circular economy goal. This is very important because it can close the loop of the product cycle. It promotes behavioral change, yeah, and shift responsibility upstreams to producer and distributor. This aligns to the global EPR norms or extended producer responsibility. Okay, next. Okay, so this particular piece of law in Part 8 and Part 10, they both contributes towards sustainability in this way. when we map it to the SDG, Part 8 contributes to sustainable cities and communities, SDG 11, and Part 10 more neatly mapped to SDG 12 for responsible consumption and production. On top of that, it is also a catalyst for circular economy, and as Malaysia has got a roadmap on circular economy to be achieved by 2040. And this also supports the 3R principles through licensing conditions and public campaigns. Okay, next. Okay, this is an interesting part I would like to share with you. In 2025, instead, it has been discussed in the Dewan Rakyat. In Malaysian Parliament, there are two houses, the lower houses and the lower house and the upper house, Dewan Rakyat and Dewan Negara. So this piece of amendment has been agreed, has been passed by the Dewan Rakyat. It is now being brought to the Dewan Negara. The Dewan Negara sits now until 10th of September. So most probably we'll see this amendment taking place as early as January next year. But what is important, what is interesting in this particular amendment is the introduction of community service order for people who are found to have not obeying to Section 77 on top of the imprisonment and the fine that is stated, like I mentioned to you just now. In addition, they are going to introduce community service. Okay, so what they have to do, the people who are found guilty, they have to perform community service not exceeding 12 hours in aggregate in a period of time not exceeding 6 months. For every day, they are not supposed to go more than 4 hours. So 4 hours a day in a period of 6 months, all together in aggregate, they must complete 12 hours. Okay? So of course, before that is being implemented, there are judicial considerations to be taken care of. So the court must assess first, the physical and mental condition of the offender. And also in terms of enforcement, the community service will be overseen by authorized officers. And if the convicted fail to comply, they have to pay for additional fines of 2,000 to 10,000 ringgit. Okay, next. Okay, so this amendment reflects a more rehabilitative and educational approach, okay, towards wrongdoings. It's not only punitive action. We're going towards, preparing people to let them change their behavior. It's a way to shape and steer society. Now, next slide. Let's look into what we have in the hazardous law. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, this one, yeah? So the hazardous waste is, in Malaysia, if you want to look for the hazardous waste law, there is none. Because in Malaysia, under our law, we do not call hazardous waste as hazardous waste. The term that we use is scheduled waste. Okay? And there is no specific law for hazardous waste as well as compared to non-hazardous waste. However, there is a section about controlling hazardous waste in bigger in terms of coverage, a law. It's called Environmental Quality Act 1974. This law is actually to control pollution of any sort in Malaysia. It may not reflect, the title may not reflect the content of the law correctly, but there is one section in this particular law, on section 34B, which is on prohibition against placing, deposit, etc. of security waste. And with the power of this principal law, one subsidiary law, or sometimes called bylaws, was enacted, okay, with the power of the minister, and do not have to bring to the parliament. Then this particular law is called Environmental Quality Schedule Waste Regulations. Okay, so let's see what these two pieces of law has got in place to control waste management. Can you go to the next one? Yeah, here. The reason why, the drivers, what drive the formulation of this law, particularly these three factors. One is international pressure. As you know, Malaysia is party to the Basel Convention about transboundary of hazardous waste. So we have to abide to what is stated in the law. Number two, because of the influence of international and foreign countries' law. And number three, because of the emerging role of non-state actors. Okay, now the NGOs are pushing the government for stricter law on controlling hazardous waste. Next. Okay. As we have seen just now in the law on hazardous waste, on non-hazardous waste, for hazardous waste, the waste are also divided into several types based on the content. So we have here SW1. SW means scheduled waste, up to SW5. So it is for different types of waste depending on the content. For example, SW1 waste containing metal and metal bearing. An example under SW1, we have SW110, which is about waste from electrical and electronic assemblies containing hazardous components, or better known as e-waste. So those kind of waste are categorized into different categories based on their component or the content of it. Next.
My apology, Dr. Edlin. You have another 2 minutes, perhaps?
Oh, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Because in 2 minutes, I'm not able to explain this in detail. Yeah. So, what I can share with you is that under Environmental Quality Schedule Waste Regulation, we emphasize on pollution abatement and storage of waste is limited to less than 20 metric tons for a period of not more than 180 days. Next. Next slide. Okay, another interesting thing is about prescribed premises. The storage, treatment, and disposal of hazardous waste must be done only at premises called prescribed premises. And when you have you have to have a license to operate a prescribed premises, and due to that, these licenses are skeptically nicknamed as licenses to pollute in Malaysia. Next one. Next one. All right. So this one I want to actually explain about how we can improve the law. So if you want to prove anything, you have to look at where the weaknesses are. So there are weaknesses in the content of the law. Next one. Next one. There are also weaknesses in the enforcement of law. Next. But if you put them together, you can clearly see that this particular law has got a lot to contribute to sustainability. And next. Next. Okay. Amendment. This amendment was approved or passed in 2024. So what happened? Yeah. Okay. You quite early. In the latest amendment to the law, what is being changed is the amount of fine from 500,000 to not less than 100,000 ringgit and not exceeding 10 million ringgit. So what we can see here is that different type of laws are using different types of approach, yeah, to make sure that it is effective as a tool to manage waste. For example, here, the amendment in the non-hazardous waste introduces community service order, right? So the government is shifting from punitive deterrence to restorative justice and civic education. which is used as a way to shape and steer the society. Next one. However, next one. Yeah. In managing hazardous waste, that is not being done, but instead, the amount of fine is being increased. So the deterrence is through severity, severe punishment. And I think it is appropriate in a manner that because this particular waste is hazardous in nature, okay? So you have to be strict in enforcing it. So the role of laws, as a conclusion, in waste management is both protective and transformative. Last slide. You can go to the last slide, please. Yes. So it safeguards public health and the environment while steering society towards responsible consumption and circular economic practices. Okay? No matter how good the legislation is, it all depends on enforcement. So what Malaysia needs to focus now is on effective enforcement, which requires not just legal instruments, but it demands institutional coordination, public engagement, and strategic capacity building. Then only we can talk about sustainability, how it is being contributed by law and regulations. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Associate Professor Dr. Tengku Adeline. A very thoughtful presentation in the context of Malaysia. And I believe there are things that can be shared and learned in our context of Indonesia as well, especially in Aceh. And ladies and gentlemen, we have an array of topics, interesting topics, from geosciences just now, and then from macro perspective of research and development landscape of Indonesia, and then going into legal perspective by Dr. Tengku Adeline. Now, our last but not least keynote speaker, the fourth keynote speaker, which is in conjunction with International Conference on Petroleum and Essential Oil Research Innovation, ICON PORI 2025. We are honored to welcome Dr. Yi Lan Pham. I apologize if I pronounce your name incorrectly, who is from Fraunhofer Institute for Process Engineering and Packaging, IVV, Germany, which is a renowned research institute in Germany as well as in the world. Dr. Pham is currently Group Manager, Emission Analytics and Dynamics at Fraunhofer IVV, Phrasing, specializes in sustainable process engineering, circular economic models, and innovative packaging solutions. She earned her doctorate at Friedrich Alexander University Erlangen, Nuremberg. She is an analytical chemist with 5 years of multidisciplinary experience in R&D services, focusing on high throughput methods, online monitoring of dynamic processes, and measurement principles for the detection of marker substances in the food, non-food, health, and personal and home care sectors. She is also a state-certified food chemist with a focus on regulatory affairs, safety assessment, and compliance. Today, Dr. Pham will share her insights and experiences on the topic of from molecules to mind, analytical and multisensory evaluation of fermented botanicals. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Yi Lan Pham. Dr. Pham, are you with us? Yeah, I can see you on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect.
Yeah, am I calling your name correctly, Dr. Pham?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for the introduction.
Okay, can we give a round of applause
my pleasure.
first? From the audience, can we give a round of applause first to welcome Dr. Pham?
Thank you very much. So good morning from Germany, everyone.
Yes.
And thank you so much for the introduction. I've noticed that I have sometimes some connectivity issues. If that's the case, so please just comment on it, so I don't just talk on and you don't hear me. So thank you so much. My name is Yi Lan Pham, and I'm from Fraunhofer Institute, IVV in Germany. We are focusing on process engineering and packaging applications. So today I take you along a journey we call, from molecules to mind, so to speak. This presentation will be about how fermentation can transform botanicals into, well, ingredients with unique chemical, sensory, but also physiological and psychological effects. So the key question today is, how do molecular changes translate into human perception, even consumer liking, and ultimately even product performance? And hopefully this works. Yeah, perfect. So at Fraunhofer IBV, we cover a broad spectrum of research. So as you can see here, we have like food and packaging applications. We do recycling. We look at environmental aspects of it. We also have, a sister institute in Dresden in northern Germany, or mid to northern Germany, which focuses on processing machinery. And our department, as well as another department, so the sensory analytics and technologies and food process development, we look oftentimes at the two clusters, food and product performance, and that's what we will be focusing on today. So our research field spans like the entire chain, so from raw materials and starter culture selection. So oftentimes we utilize seeds, leaves, shells, for example, of different plants or botanicals. And then afterwards, we combine it oftentimes with, single or mixed strain fermentations, different microorganisms and enzymes. After that, we really want to look into processes and product development aspects. And for this, the other department oftentimes develop tailored extraction and fermentation processes. So they implement really, in parallel, different process monitoring aspects. So it is well characterized. And afterwards, we of course want to go beyond that. So we look into different product formulations depending on the industry requirements. So we work project-based with partners, looking at different product formulations using these extracts and even fermented materials. So after we have obtained, let's say, a finished product, a newly developed product, we want to characterize this. And for this, we have like a holistic view of the different product properties, looking at the product itself, and we also look at the perception of the consumers, because of course we want to sell the products. And in our department, we have like three main pillars focusing on sensory testing of this food or consumer goods. So it can also include cosmetics, for example. Oftentimes we look at off odors or sensory acceptance depending on what we want to optimize. We look at psychophysiological effects of volatile compounds, including odors, and how they influence us as humans. And oftentimes we want to characterize dynamic processes, so during fermentation, during extraction processes, to characterize and monitor them. Then again, based on this, we can go one step beyond that. So we, of course, after lab-based characterization, which is often costly, oftentimes we want to develop like cost and resource efficient detection methods. So sensor-based technology and data mining methods help us to predict even the sensory perception. So you don't need to test like every formulation again and again, which is also costly. In the next section, I want to present some approaches and results from an exemplary project, which focused on product quality, which is relevant to, different products, different industries. So in this case, we look at extract-based additives during production and storage and how they change. So as I mentioned previously, one opportunity that we explore is, for example, using side streams from food or agriculture industries. In this case, for example, pommes from food processing or even all-seed cakes. And these can contain valuable functional compounds. And by, for example, fermenting such streams, we can unlock new aromas, new textures, new skin-active properties, while also contributing to sustainability, which is, of course, an important aspect. And for decision criteria, which comes into play, is the availability and also the prices of such raw materials. We want to look at functional potential of these compounds depending on the target applications. So if you want to really optimize a texture from a cosmetic formulation or classical aroma, or if we look at functional ingredients, the skin active properties. And quality definition, as you might imagine, varies depending on what product we're talking about. In relation to volatile markers, we oftentimes define it based on criteria. So if we look at origin and identity, we have a set of quality markers which are specific compounds relating to the raw materials. Then we have quality markers for chemical processes. Quality markers based on this. And the third one is oftentimes important for product development or product formulation in this case, and this is the functional properties of the substances. So antimicrobial, antioxidant properties, or also if they can trigger an off flavor or an off scent in the final product. And whenever we characterize this, we can use advanced multidimensional gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, and this leads us to a characterization of a list of these different quality markers, and we can characterize them in so-called positive, neutral, and negative. And also further details, including origin and aroma, and we cross-check that with published literature. And how does this look like in practice? So this, in the middle, the figure that you can see, the photo, is from a microchamber. This is a thermal extractor for lab-based applications. You can put any kinds of sample in there, so raw materials or even finished product formulations. And you can extract these volatile or odor-active compounds under controlled conditions before injecting that in our GCMS system for the comprehensive identification. And I want to show you, of course, what this looks like. So in this case, for example, when we wanted to find out what extraction parameters were the most efficient ones in terms of extracting most comprehensive, highest amount of skin active VOCs to have the highest retention in the sample in the end. And for example, this is what we look at. So each of the circles represent one of the identified compounds. So you can see clear separation and successful identification. And based on the numbers of these signals and also the intensity that you can see here, we can quickly determine what extraction parameters and also sample size is required to have the highest efficiency for extraction. And afterwards, complementing this, we have also real-time mass spectrometry techniques for VOCs. So this allows us to monitor, for example, in a lab scale basis, fermentation processes dynamically. So really second by second. And with this, we can observe how process conditions reshape the volatile profile, and we can optimize them also in real time. So you have like immediate feedback and without any, time delay in between. So you can really see what makes the most difference of it. And as a result, for example, in this case, looking at the side stream pomaces, we have identified, compounds from the raw materials in terms of detected VOCs. They vary in number, which is not surprisingly. They have a set of common markers and a set of side stream specific markers. So for example, in the apple pomace, we identified a set of markers which is associated as positive. So if you want to bring out more green or citrus flavors and odors, this is perfect for it. Then there are some neutral markers, so precursors to fruit esters, for example, hexanoic acid. Yeah, so it really depends on the application. Then there are clear negative markers such as furfural. So this arises when you have non-enzymatic browning, for example, during heating processes. And oftentimes this is not what you're looking for to have in your sample. So this is what an exemplary output. Then going beyond extracts. Oftentimes we don't want to only use in the formulation the raw material as it is, but we want to think about different methodology and processes on how we can improve such formulations. So how can we increase these skin actives? And what we oftentimes do at Fraunhofer IBV is to develop certain fermentation strategies to enhance such product properties. So fermentation, as a lot of you might know, is of course highly tunable, and we can screen cultures. We vary strain combinations and adjust conditions such as time, temperature, and aeration and nutrient composition to bring, the best performance of it. And also genomics and transcriptomics help us identify key genes for flavor formation, while chemical analysis show us the resulting compounds. So together, we really obtain a toolbox to tailor fermented botanicals. And this is what it looks like in terms of genomic transcriptomics. Just very briefly, we identify the genome, microbial diversity, and gene expression via NGS. I'm really not an expert on it, so that's why, just as an overview, this is what it can look like. And we do that for monitoring of fermentation and optimization of the genes and, not the genes, but the genetic potential. Then next, as a project, an example tailored to fermented botanicals. So in this case, we looked at licorice and, fermented licorice extracts in different formulations. So licorice is known to have positive skin properties. Like it is known to be anti-inflammatory. It has skin brightening, depigmentation properties, antioxidant activity, and it is also antimicrobial and has a soothing effect. And we wanted to test out not only to improve the fermentation protocol, but afterwards assessing the dermatological and psychophysiological effects of these fermented licorice extracts. So as such, we had a project together with an industry partner who was interested in these extracts specifically. So the aim was to produce bacterial fermentates of diverse plant extracts, licorice among them, and characterize the composition and link them to these desired effects. And this goes really beyond cosmetics even. So it touches really wellness and the consumer mood. I will come to that in a second. So for this, we combined established methods like the GCMS method that I showed you just now with also innovative tools for physical skin analysis. Like for example, with cutometer or spectrometer for certain skin readouts. Further to this, we combine that with questionnaires to assess the physiological, psychological expectations and how the test persons perceive the effects after using the formulations. So with this, we address, of course, the skincare products, markets oftentimes for challenging skin, but also beyond that. So really, we are currently looking into more medical cosmetics and different formulations for this. And this is just as an example for this project, what we really did during fermentation. So we produced postbiotic ferment extracts via hot water extraction. So we used the leaves, we extracted them, we sieve them, so we have in the end like the root extract and the leaf extracts. We centrifuge them, then of course we add our microorganism, ferment them, and afterwards for inactivation, pasteurization. And this leaves us with an extract in the end, which can be tested directly or even in the desired formulation. And how did we do this? So usually to predict or to assess sensory perception first and predict the reaction, we have a set of scientific approaches which we apply for this question. So we do olfactory and tactile determinations because we know that this influences human hedonics, so how the consumer perceives the product as a whole. Then we want to look closer by profiling of these properties through a trained sensory panel which we have in-house. For these hedonic reactions, of course, it makes more sense to not ask the trained panel, but to really go out and, ask or recruit naive participants, because this is the cohort that we want to look at in terms of valence and pleasantness, so in relation to the selected stimuli. So oftentimes what we do is not only, apply the cosmetics and ask afterwards, how do you feel, how do you perceive it, but we need to compare that to, a base feeling or a base perception. How we do that, I will get into that in a second. Then we, of course, also do rheological determinations. We transfer the data into a digital model, and then we want to construct a prediction tool based on this, just to predict the reaction or the response to fragrances and also skin sensations of cosmetic formulations. And we apply that with selected effect claims. So this is a publication that from a colleague of mine from 2022. In this case, we looked at an extract which is really prevalently used in Southern Africa. So we know that it has positive skin effects in terms of antimicrobial and antiviral properties. And we looked at the sensory aroma of it and the possibility to use that as a property for stress reduction. So we want to really have a scientific claim substantiation for stress reduction beyond just looking at the aroma properties. And how do we do that? So that for the study design, what I just mentioned before is before we want to look at the effect, we have to take care of the common ground. So how do we normalize it? There are certain procedures for stress induction, so standardized protocols. In this case, for 3 to 4 seconds, you are exposed to 40 images, which are known to induce stress in humans. So, for example, pictures of spiders, of snakes, of car accidents, something that are associated with negative emotions in humans typically. We also do EEG measurements before, and we take saliva samples and put out mood questionnaires for the participants to answer. Then we have an odor testing block, so we apply the different products or we apply the odor stimuli directly, which takes about 1 minute. We do an EEG measurement afterwards, and we collect saliva samples and put out another mood questionnaires again. And this we did for 25 healthy females in this case. So in terms of the questionnaire, as you can see here, we were able to see significant effect in positive terms between the control and the afterwards assessment. And in terms of the stress hormones and the EEG, it can be assumed that the subject brains need a certain amount of time to process this stress induction and response with a change in activity similar to stress hormones. But still here what we were able to see is that the alpha activity increased between the -2 and +2 minutes, indicating relaxation due to applications of the cream. And that's also, again, significantly different than before. Similar thing is we could see a trend in the EEG assessment of alpha activation. that really underlines the stress-reducing effect of this extract. And with this, we were able to provide a scientific proof for the reducing properties of this odor-active substance that we then characterized. So to conclude, fermentation is not just a chemical transformation, it's a bridge from, so to speak, molecules to mind. So by integrating this, after formulations, by integrating advanced analytics with multisensory and psychophysiological evaluation, we design botanicals with optimized not only aroma, but also skin functionality and also consumer appeal. And so, we can also go beyond that, and whenever we have the product, we can also look at the packaging in a similar way to optimize, the appeal of the packaging in terms of also labeling, fragrance, colors. We do a lot, which I won't go into detail in this talk. And the thing is that when we integrate this data from the sensory panels, the native consumer tests, instrumental measurements, we can fuse all of this information and data into, a prediction model. So we can anticipate how new formulation will be perceived before it reaches the consumer even, which is, of course, perfect if this is possible to do. So this opens opportunities for evidence-based, sustainable innovation in cosmetics in this case, and also beyond. And with this, I'm at the end of my presentation, and I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pham. Can we give a round of applause for Dr. Pham? Very early morning in Germany. Is it? Yes, 5 a.m. perhaps. Is it, Dr. Pham?
It was 6 p.m. when I joined, but
I see.
Happy to join you.
Thank you so much for your presentation on cutting-edge research and a very in-depth analysis. We would like to have a further discussion, Dr. Pham, together with other keynote speakers in the Q&A session. So we now open the floor for questions and discussion. For those present on site, you can raise your hand and ask the question. And for those who are joining online, you can type your question in the chat box, and we will take several questions and invite our keynote speakers to respond. Due to limited time, perhaps we would just have few questions in this Q&A session. Do we have any question from the audience? Yeah, we do have a few questions already. Can we start with the ladies? Ladies first? Yeah. Okay. Kindly, do we have mic, the committee? Could you give the mic to the... Please mention your name and the question, and to which keynote speakers are you addressing your question?
Thank you. Good morning, but this not morning anymore, right? In our time. My name is Nabila. I come from. I'm a student of postgraduate school of Master of Educational Administration program.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to ask for Dr. Tengku Adeline Adura. Actually, I'm a teacher as well. I'm a counselor. Yeah. I would like to ask, would you give me some advice how to tell my students that they may have a good management about zero waste? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Nabila, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. To Dr. Tengku Adeline, the question was how to educate the students, on their waste, basically. Please, Dr. Adeline.
Thank you very much, Madam Nabila. That is a very good question. Actually, when we talk about waste management, we really need to start from the beginning, from a child, before they become adults, and it's too difficult to change by then. So I think what you can do with your students is perhaps get them involved with the activities. Start at school, tell them why they need to segregate their waste first, and bring them through the life cycle of the waste. For example, if the child is drinking from plastic bottle, so you tell them, do you know what will happen to this plastic bottle when you dispose it into the dustbin? Let them imagine the flow or the journey that the waste bottle will go through. It will go through the bin. It will be collected in the bin, and it will be go into the garbage truck and then to the landfill. What happened to the landfill? Because the plastic cannot be disintegrated. So if you have more bottles, then there will be so much bottle in the world, there will be no space for you to live and things like that. And if you throw it and it goes to the ocean, pressure, heat may disintegrate that into microplastics, and microplastic will be eaten by the sea creatures, and you eat the sea creatures, then will go into your body. Clear explanation, but bring them forward into understanding the impacts and implication of the duty. I think you can try that.
Yeah, that's very interesting and very simple approach actually. Yeah, to make them realize the real impact of what.
Yeah, it may be simple. The action may be something that they don't even think of doing, but the impact is strong.
Yes,
to the
surely. Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Tengku Adeline. Does it answer your question, Nabila? Yes. Okay. Now we move forward with the gentlemen. Can we start from who raised hand first? Okay. Yes. On that corner.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm Muhammad Putra Aprullah. I'm teacher in Senior High School. So I'm a student, doctoral student in Management Science, Syekh Kuala University. I'm so very interested that presentation delivered by keynote speaker. So that's why I have two questions for Associate Professor Dr. Teguh Adeline Adura, and one question and one suggestion for Dr. Fauzan Azima. Okay. The first, I would like to deliver question to Dr. Fauzan Azima. What the concrete policy are the government taking to ensure that the result of research and developments are actually applied by industry rather than remaining at academic or laboratory level? And I suggest for the government should have a roadmap to mandate industry to contribute developing human resource and technological infrastructure based on green industry. And the two questions for Professor Dr. Teguh Adeline. Yeah.
Two questions for Dr. Teguh Adeline.
Yeah. The first question is there a conflict of interest between economic interests like plastic industry and environmental sustainability in the context of the waste management regulation in Malaysia? The conflict interest between the government and industry. And the second question is about, does Malaysia have a branch-making mechanism with other ASEAN countries to measure the success of the sustainable waste management through regulation? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Putra, for the question. Actually, he has three questions then. Okay, one question for Dr. Fauzan Aziman. Is Dr. Fauzan with us? The committee may confirm. Is Dr. Fauzan?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so the question, Dr. Fauzan is with us. What policy that is mandated by the government to the industry to really encourage the industry towards inculcating the research on sustainable and implementation as well. Is it, Putra? Yes. Dr. Fauzan?
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the question. And in fact, industry for us in terms of research and development is very much key. So since about 8 months ago, we created a new directorate. So we have a director of what we call it downstream industry and partnership within our within the ministry, which essentially the task or aim is to be able to scale up our output from university to industry. And in fact, more and more, we try to build policy that industry should lead research. And we're working with the industries at the moment. So in the last few weeks, we convened Convention of Science, Technology and Industry 2025 on 7 to 9 August. During that convention, we signed agreement with, in Bahasa Indonesia, we call it Himpunan Kawasan Industri, which essentially associations of industrial zones in whole Indonesia. So we have about 170 industrial zones in Indonesia. And one industrial zone, for example, in Jababeka in around Jakarta, it has around 300 industries within. So we sign agreements where industries, they share their problems, and then based on that problems, then we build our research activities. We did have as well a program which just announced the essentially winner of grants or research grants based on what we call industry pool grants. So industry pool grants, essentially industry share their problems, and then university then start bidding on how they would like to address those problems through research. And then we then fund those through our funding, and by the hope that in the end, our researchers in universities could work with the more natural. So in fact, you're right, industry is key, and then we're building a number of different strategies. We signed also agreement with Kadin, which is our chamber of trade and industry in Indonesia. So they essentially has lots of industries within, and then we are actively as well receiving more and more research questions from them, which then we fund. And in terms of roadmap, we are building a roadmap very carefully. So since the convention's about a few weeks ago, we are now having around close to 50 roadmap for different technology. So let me just quickly share what I mean by our roadmap. So we roadmap not only for technology. So let me just quickly explain this through a quick slide. There's not only technology, but also roadmap for human resources. So apologies, this is in Bahasa Indonesia. And we also built roadmap based on industry. So we see industry stakeholders, and we also built roadmap for technologies with also a regulator, and also with the scaling up. So the scaling up, it means that steps. So trying to understand external factors of technology and human resources since the beginning. By doing so, hopefully we can align more and more towards industrial needs. So we're building this as we speak, and then hopefully for about 3 months, we aim to release this. So hopefully your field can be also within this roadmap. If not, then we are planning to build a dynamic that we can go. So why do we want to use roadmap? So this roadmap essentially will be a map for our research funding and also our scholarships. So LPDP scholarship and research at the moment is within, so I mean, the funding itself is still within Ministry of Finance. but the management of sending where to go and then what to study and to research will be managed by our ministry. So more of the roadmap will be useful, say, to send our students abroad and align to the research that we need at home in Indonesia. So hopefully that clears up and answers the question.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Fauzan. I believe that answers the question from various initiatives as well as moves by the government. We pray that it will be successful for the all initiative. And we move to next questions to Dr. Tengku Adeline. Two questions. First is how conflict of interest between government and industry, for example, plastic industry. And second question is, does Malaysia has any benchmark with other Asian countries, for example? Okay, briefly, Dr. Tengku Adeline.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question from
Putra.
Mr. Muhammad, I think, just now. Okay, to answer your first question, conflict between industry and the policy that is made by the government may be there, but it's not very huge. You know why? Because to make sure that the law, particularly in Act 672 I mentioned just now, to make sure that it can be implemented smoothly, the government came up with several roadmaps as well. As per Dr. Fauzan mentioned just now about the roadmap in Indonesia, we do also have lots of roadmaps in relation to plastic and waste plastic particularly. We have Malaysia's roadmap towards zero single-use plastic, 2018-2030, and then we have Malaysia Plastic Sustainability Roadmap, 2021 to 2030. There is also Plastic Neutrality Master Plan, 2024 to 2030. So why I'm in the formation of all these roadmaps, every stakeholders are involved. So the industry are brought into the landscape. The government is there, the NGO are also in there, so they discuss, and as part of the solution is the government provide them some incentive, some grant to conduct researches to find ways to produce an alternative to plastic. The reason why plastic stays is because there is a demand, so they supply. So if the consumers do not want to use plastic, then when there is no more demand, they will stop supplying. That's one thing. Another thing, when they have to also keep conducting research to find an alternative to those plastics. Number one. Number two, benchmarking. I cannot answer on behalf of the government because I'm not part of those processes. But I would say yes, benchmarking has been done, maybe. And to measure the effectiveness, that is patches, yeah? Researchers like me conduct research here and there, but there's no one complete and comprehensive findings about the effectiveness of the available law. But I think I'm very interested to look into how this latest amendment on introduction of community service should have an impact on the law that we have. Perhaps in 5 years' time, we'll see you all again and discuss about this.
Inshallah, Dr. Tengku Adeline. Thank you so much for answering all the questions, Dr. Tengku Adeline. We have another question from the audience. Yes. Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
My name is Maimun. I am a student of Management of Educational Administration, Syekh Kuala University, and I'm a teacher as well for elementary school. So the concerning of us nowadays is about waste. So we can find the waste easily in here. And this is the big problem for us. So when people asking us, what is the easy thing to meet or to find in here? So the simple question is the trash. So we go outside and then we can find the trash everywhere spread around. Okay, I I want to deliver a question to Tunku Adeline as well. So Nabila already has a question about she addressing the student, but now I want to mention the teachers because I am a teacher and we know the teachers is playing the main role in the school. So I want to know, Mrs. Adeline, what is the practical solution for the teacher which can lead school community to enhance awareness of waste management? So, such as in Malaysia, for example, or I want to know, do they have the penalty for the school who didn't run the regulation of waste? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give applause to all the audience who gave question for Mr. Maimun. Dr. Tunku Adeline, can we hold on a little bit because you keep on answering the question. We have a question from online audience to Dr. Pham here. Dr. Pham, are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Okay, Dr. Pham, there's a question from the online participant. Basically, the question is, why do you conduct research not only on the chemical composition of products, but also on how they are perceived by humans? Is it currently trending in Europe that cosmetic products must meet health standards? Yes, Dr. Pham?
Thank you very much for the question. Well, certainly it is a trend in Europe. Well, you're right, actually, in Europe specifically. So large industry, large industries in the cosmetics sectors, they are, highly competitive. So you have, the larger companies, you have also small, medium enterprises, entering the market. And cosmetics as a, base formulation or without the focus of functional ingredients is pretty saturated. So it is always the question of the industry clients, how can I optimize my products that it is a unique selling point? And oftentimes now the trend in Europe goes to cosmetic claims, which are strictly regulated in the EU. So you have to have a scientific proof to be able to put on the packaging like claims and labels like, for example, that it is stress reducing, for example, in the presentation what I showed you. Or it can be also a claim in terms of induces, better concentration, can be relaxing, soothe sleep. And this is what the larger companies are focusing on just to have their USP. And with that, the claim substantiation is not very widespread, so not a lot of researchers can provide the scientific proof, which is enough for the EU regulators. So that's what they are focusing on, and that's something that our institute is currently or has established methods that are suitable for this, but we are still working as an ongoing process on how to improve this claim substantiation. So what I showed you today is something that we currently are selling as a service, let's say for the last 3 to 4 years, so quite recent, which is based on this multisensory perception of the consumer. And currently what we are working on, for example, we are currently working on our first publication on that, is to not only base the claim substantiation on significant effects on consumer perception, but to correlate this to really molecules that we can measure with analytical systems. So you have like what is the effect on the consumer, but you also know what is behind that on a molecular basis, to have a more holistic view also for the cosmetic claim substantiation. And this is some trend that we have observed in the last 5 years and not many people can do. So certainly, yes. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Pham. Very impressive cutting-edge research that is done by Fraunhofer. And Fraunhofer is also collaborating with Universitas Syah Kuala, especially at Siri Research Center. Okay, now moving back to Dr. Tengku Adeline. The question from Mr. Maimun about practical solutions to enhance the awareness, whether any penalty given in the school, etc. How is it in Malaysia? Right. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maimun. Teachers, I think, is a very important stakeholder as far as waste management is concerned. So let's not talk about penalties and anything, because what teachers can do is more than the action that we end with penalties if you don't do what you're supposed to do. I think teachers, because in schools sometimes, oftentimes, students listen to teachers more than they listen to the parents. It means that they trust. Teachers have trust among students and also among the society, and make full use of that. Inform to the mass, to the society, about waste and how that can be a crisis. Inform them the way you do best. If you're good at writing, write them out. If you know social media, be an influencer and influence people, tell people in the social media about the implication of waste. Scare them a little bit. Relate that to climate change and what happens if you don't take care of your waste. Relate that to our religion, because Islam teaches to be clean, teaches to be thrifty. Yeah? Tidak boleh kotor, tidak boleh membazir. So those things relate it to waste management. Don't look at management as waste management itself, but carry that out into the everyday human's perspective. That way it can be more efficient in terms of public awareness. And I think teacher can play a great role about this. About schools, I think in Malaysia, schools have competition. Normally they have competition about the collecting amount of waste to be recycled. But I have doubts about that, because if you do that, you know, the more amount, the more volume of waste that you collected, you'll be winner. You know, and that would give perhaps some misinterpretations among maybe some students to think that, oh, it's okay to generate waste. The more I generate waste, the better. And yes, license to pollute. So I think it is good in a way, but you have to do that very cautiously. Okay, so teachers, by all means, please do your bit. Get in touch with NGOs if you can, yeah. And public awareness is what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tengku Adeline. I think with that we close the questions. But if you have any further discussion that you need with Dr. Tengku Adeline, you may approach Dr. Tengku Adeline after this forum. And ladies and gentlemen, we are reaching into the end of the session. I would like to once again express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished keynote speakers for today, Professor Sony M. Pradanang from URI, Dr. Fauzan Aziman from Kemdikti Saintek, Dr. Tengku Adeline Adura from University Malaya, and Dr. Yi Lam Pham from Fraunhofer for your enlightening and inspiring presentations. Let us carry forward the knowledge and inspiration from this session into our research, policies, and practices as we continue working together for a greener, more sustainable future. And I would like to highlight again that how fortunate we are that we had the speakers coming from not only the university, but also from the government sector, as well as the practitioners, such as the Research Institute, sharing their thought and experience with us for today. And as I open with a pantun, I would like to end with a pantun as well to cheer up your rest of the day. You will have a long day to go. Show your spirit ya to respond to my pantun. Nelayan pulang membawa ikan. Hasil jerih payah penuh berkahnya. AIC jadi ajang tukar pemikiran. menuju masa depan hijau untuk Thank you very much. Once again, on behalf of the committee of the Annual International Conference 2025, I'm Ratna Mulyani. I would like to apologize for any shortcomings or mistakes during the session. Thanking again for all the distinguished speakers. I hope you enjoy the rest of the session with the AIC or AIC 2025. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My apology, I think we missed our MC already. So I would like to act on behalf of the MC. All the participants, you are invited for lunch at the foyer of AAC. Maybe the committee can show the way towards the lunch hall. Yeah, thank you very much. Photo session with keynote speaker who's with us on site, Dr. Tengku Adeline, as well as committee members. Can I join also, Prof. Nana?
Fotoin lah, fotoin. Jangan nampak orang tuh. Nampak ini aja boleh, 15 nih. Udah.
Kuat sekali. Harus jinjit. Hidup pula. Putra, foto saya sendiri lah. Nggak apa-apa. Saya izin duluan ya, Pak Putra, Pak Kurtubi ya. Sama ketemu lagi Pak ya. Terima kasih. nyo na pahajak nyo baik jok ah. Nyo baik no tak MC. Ano yung be? Dalaw nga bida.
Cik. Cik.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I would like to acknowledge all participants in annual International Conference of Universitas Syah Kuala 2025. Welcome to our invited session. On this occasion, we're going to have speak on advancing artificial intelligence for real impact. Today's talk will connect two very practical frontiers: robust face recognition and intelligence avocado shelf life prediction. Our speaker today, Prof. Dr. Taufik Fuadi Abidin, is a professor at computer science of Universitas Syah Kuala. He earned a PhD from North Dakota State University and a master program from RMIT. Earlier, he also served as a senior software engineer at Us.com. If you know Us.com, this is the earlier search engine, yeah, Prof? Before Google, similar with Google. That experience shaped his focus on AI today. And this is a quick trajectory active in AI and machine learning, which is, he has been expert since 2021. And in 2025, is opening a timely line on fruit shelf life prediction. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Prof. Dr. Taufik Fuadi Abidin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank the 15th Annual International Conference Committee for inviting me as one of the invited speakers to share our latest work together with PhD student and master student. As mentioned by the moderators, the talk will be about AI, and two latest work were about face recognitions and intelligent avocado shelf life prediction. Next, let us overview a little bit about what is face recognition. Face recognition has been used widely as a biometric system because face has a specific pattern, so it is widely adopted as biometric technologies. It utilizes AI actually and also computer visions to identify and recognize. There are two tasks that face recognition can be used. First is identify, and the second one is recognize. How can we differ these two terminologies? Identify, let's say, if we have a picture of a person, face of a person, we already assume or we guess that this is Dr. Muriza. Then we would like to use some others, assuming that there are images of Dr. Muriza. Then we try to identify whether this person is actually true as Dr. Muriza. But recognize is given an input of image, of face, then you want to know who he is. So the other one has assumption that this is Dr. Muriza, but this one is no additional background. Who is the person? As I mentioned before, face has special features. Yeah, it's just like fingerprint as well. Because it's rapid development, face recognition has been used in many applications like security system. Some people use face as one of the object to identify the person, and also has been used for access control and also for forensics. However, challenge persists in handling face variations, such as age progression. A person is getting old, same person, but can has different facial features because of that process. So annotating large data set of face is time consuming, and it's not cheap to do that. So this is one of the background of our recent work with my PhD student, is to try to analyze whether augmentation using hyperstyle scheme can be effective to automatically augment it or make the image size bigger. Next. Let's see, in this slide we can see the challenge in face recognition as I mentioned before. The same person is getting old, so the face features changing. Research has been done in age progression, and also on the right side of the slide, we can see the different, the same person, but can have different wrinkles on her face because of age progression. So age progressions is one of the challenges in face recognition. The other one, next, is the dataset challenge, as I mentioned before. Because in AI, dataset is assumed as experience. In real life, we know someone's knowledge can be measured based on their experience. So in AI model, experience is equal to the size of the data set used for training. If we have large data, then we assume our model is better. Same as in the real life. We usually say the experienced person is very smart. So large data set is a must in building AI model. But it's not easy to, especially for face recognition, because we have to have a lot of data from a similar person. And also, to create a lot of data, time consuming for labeling who is this person, and we have many of them, and then who's this person, we have many of them. And also, it is a costly process. Now in this work, the contribution is to enhance face recognition through data augmentation. As I mentioned before, this work is to analyze whether data augmentation using hyperstyle scheme can be effective to create a larger data set. And also we try to check or find whether age-specific approach is better than without partitioning image as different interval. So we use hyperstyle framework. I will show you the framework on the next slide. Oh, please, next. Yeah, the key contribution. And also the age-specific model. Our hypothesis is that if we have 3 different interval of age, for example, below 20, between 20 to 30, and then above 30, we create 3 models. It is better than to create one big model, but the data set are combined of the whole range of age. And we assess the result, and we also try to make it more generalized. This is the hyperstyle scheme introduced by Alaluf in 2022. This is actually the main scheme that one of the students tried to work on and modify on the pre-processing side and as well on the post-processing side. In the pre-processing stage, we modify a little bit of this scheme to automatic detect the low quality image. So we can remove we can identify whether the input image is in a good quality in terms of contrast and resolution. That will improve the hyperstyle synthesis before the hypernetwork process begin. And on the right side, we introduce a post-processing by adding, next please. I forgot to tell the operator to say the next page, yeah. On the left side is the pre-processing, and on the right side is the post-processing. The post-processing, we add cosine distance function, so then we can measure with a specific threshold whether the synthesis is not so different with the input image. And the result, latest result, we find the H1 score of 83%. Using face scrub dataset, which is the benchmark face recognition dataset. This is the next, please. This is the illustration of hyperstyle data augmentation. The first type of augmentation that hyperstyle can be used is a domain adaptation augmentation. The example of domain adaptation is on the bottom right of the slide. We can create from an input a different, more cartoon style of face. And we can also create a post-augmentation. Post-augmentation is like looking to the left and looking to the right. So same image on the second line of the right, on the right side of the slide is the hyperstyle pose. So from one image, we can create pose augmentation. So one image, then we can have age hyperstyle on the top. We can make someone like getting older. And on the second row is the hyperstyle pose as if someone looking to the right and left. And on the third row is the hyperstyle smile. So we can create an augmentation of an input, making them like smiling. So the augmentation is using hyperstyle scheme. And then next, we try the augmentation data set using several CNN models, VGGNet 16 and MobileNet, also the ResNet 50 and CeresNet architecture. Those are CNN network that are very famous in image recognitions. So we compare the results, the performance of each model, and we found that ResNet 50 perform better than the other 3. Next. On the age-specific face recognition approach, this is what I mentioned before in the beginning. we would like to compare whether making face recognition model separately. For example, on the bottom side of the slide, you can see model 1 is for data set of age less than 30 years old. And the second model is the age between 31 and 40. And then the third model is age more than 40. And the last model is for all age. So we would like to compare which one is better, age specific range or the whole age model. We found that, next please, we found that the model, the fourth model, trained using all age range is lower performance than the other three. So we can conclude that it is better to make it separate model than only one model for the whole range of age. On the table 2, you can see ResNet, the best model that we previously tested, also proved that has better result compared to all age in one training model. So we conclude that augmentation using hyperstyle, for example, age, and then also next please, and smile and also pose, augmentation can enhance the performance of face recognition. And we can create a larger data set by using this approach. And then cartoon style is less effective because the person face features has changed a lot if we use the cartoon style model. And also we found that age-specific model outperform general model, highlighting the potential for enhancing accuracy in age-aware face recognition system. In the last 4 slides, next please, I would like to share our latest finding with master student in artificial intelligence in the post-harvest fruit assessment using AI. What we're trying to do in this work is to identify the ripening of hash avocados after the harvest, and then we would like to predict how long that the avocado can be, not become overripe. So we developed an AI model for detection and shelf-life estimation, combining 2 well-known models, YOLO version 8 and several machine learning algorithms. So we make it as a hybrid model, YOLO and machine learning. In this slide and on the bottom side, you can see there are 4 classes of avocados. Unripe, which is the first class, and the second one is called breaking, and the third class is ripe 1, and then the third one is ripe 2, and overripe is very, very, in Indonesia we call very matang atau lebah. I don't know what to say in English. It's overripe, okay? So we use YOLO. YOLO is one of the state-of-the-art object detection algorithm known for its high accuracy and speed to detect object. YOLO can be used to detect as well to classify, but in this work we modify the YOLO architecture by taking only the feature extraction part. But the classification part of YOLO is change using several machine learning algorithms. Several previous research has been done using YOLO for tomato and potato leaf disease detections. Also, YOLO has been used for classifying banana ripeness. YOLO 7, the previous version. We use YOLO 8, the next version of YOLO 7. So this is the next, please. Next, please. This is the proposed approach. We take the Zafir data set, which is the publicly available avocado data set, and we combine local avocados acquired in Takengon and Benar Meriah, and then we fine-tune the model using the combination of Zafir and local avocados. So we do this whole process. I don't want to go into much detail. And then we introduce a function to estimate whether how many days the avocado can be before it's coming overripe. The result shows, next please, the result shows that using the Zafir datasets only, the YOLO model without modifying with machine learning, on the top, table 3, shows the data set of avocados, Zafir data set. We got 84% F1 score. Let's take the F1 score metric only. And then we combine with local, fine-tune with local, but this one is using YOLO only. Then it's improved to 0.91%, 91% or 0.91. And then we modify YOLO version 8 with machine learnings, such as the logistic regression, and then we try also with support vector machines and XGBoost. The result is much better. So this show that if we use the YOLO as a whole, without modifying the classification side, we only get 0.91 or 91%. But with a hybrid model, we can improve to 99% or 97% or 94% if we use XGBoost. Next. This is just a comparison in bar chart. As we can see here, we prove that the hybrid model can improve the accuracy to identify the type of avocados, and then once we know the type of avocados, like ripe one or breaking or overripe, then we can estimate how long we can shelf the avocados until it's become overripe. I think we come up to the latest slide. Next, this is the research team. Prof. Hizir, Dr. Kahlil, and also one PhD student and master student, Maria Ulfa, that were involved in this research work. I think that's all. I'll give it back to Mr. Murza.
Thank you very much, Prof. Taufik. Let us give applause. Prof. Taufik. Prof. Taufik has shown us how the artificial intelligence can make impact in everyday life, yeah? From face recognition and also to predict the remaining life of a fruit, especially avocado. I would like to propose a fruit to predict, actually, Prof. Taufik. In the future, if you want to use this YOLO model for another fruit, I would like to propose durian. Durian. It's very difficult to predict which one is the best durian to pick up from the seller. Okay, now we'll move to question and answer session. I would like to invite question from the participant. So, yes, please, Prof. Faisal.
Thank you very much. This is a very impressive presentation for me. So from the presentation, I have probably two questions. The first one is, what are the key difference between traditional face recognition and robust face recognition? And then the second one, how can face recognition systems maintain accuracy under, for example, poor lighting or facial expression change? And then this is not a question, but is it possible this technology adopted to predict the products of palm oil technology, fresh fruit bunches, fresh fruit bunches. So these fruits, when we go to before sterilization, they have to select the best one of fruits. Fresh fruit buns. So usually people select this is ripe, this unripe, this overripe. This is, takes times. So it's possible this technology adopted to solve this problem. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Invite another question. Maybe this is the.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It was very interesting presentation, Prof. Taufik. I have two questions. Firstly, with the avocado model, so you mentioned it that we can predict unripe, ripe, and overripe. So how can we know this model? It's the result is unripe. Is it depend on the phi value, for example, unripe if phi value between 0 until 2.2, for example, or unripe close to 1, for example. And the second, can we apply to predict, for example, because this is very important in the agriculture, agri-industry, to predict the agriculture, for example, infected by microorganism or uninfected. I mean, healthy or unhealthy of the agricultural product. I think that's all my question. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Have time? Okay, last question. Yeah.
Thank you for the moderator. So the question from to Prof. Taufik. I'm sorry, Prof, because I just know from the surface of the machine learning. My question is simple. What's the difference between the hyperstyle and hypertuning in the machine learning, Prof?
What the difference?
Hyperstyle and hypertuning.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let me answer the first question, the second question from Professor first. The question was, can we create a model to identify the freshness of palm fruits. You mean the contrast, light? Yeah, that's also become a challenge, but most AI technologies now solve that issues because for us as a human, it's too difficult to see, but for deep learning algorithm, it's actually going so detailed in pixel by pixel, so that can be solved using AI. Sometimes people do some pre-processing, make it more contrast, make it more bright first, then train the model. So we can also do that part as well. So if we have an image, do some pre-processing first on that image, then process to the next step. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, in this session, Prof. Taufik has brought our attention to how AI, advanced AI, can be used, can be applied in every field. Especially in this talk, Prof. Taufik has raised the example of the face recognition and how to predict the remaining life of avocado. And for everyone who interested in collaboration, especially maybe in the agriculture or in any other discipline, this is a great moment to connect, and you can contact Prof. Taufik directly about this. And once again, let us thanks for Prof. Taufik Fuadi Abidin for the very inspiring talk today. And this is the end of this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.